to give souvenirs as a token of appreciation.
Ini kepada Pak Didin.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next item on the agenda, we will be looking at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the creative economy sector in Indonesia. I am pleased to invite Dr. Dina Deliana from School of Business and Management Institute Teknologi Bandung to the stage. Welcome, Dr. Dina. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Dina.
Okay, allow me to stand up here. So, good morning, Ibu Gita, Ibu Martini, Pak Dindin, everyone, distinguished gentlemen. Today I would like to present a little bit some setting for our today's workshop. It's more about looking for our strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat about Indonesian creative economy. Okay, next. So this is actually our definition. So up until now, we have so many definitions, but Indonesia, especially we have well-known Undang-Undang number 24 year 2019, which we have a very special definition of in creative economy, stated as the embodiment of the added value derived from intellectual property originating from human creativity based on cultural heritage, science, and or technology. So this is how we define creative economy in Indonesia. And actually we have 17 subsectors amongst different countries. We have numbers of subsectors. And it is actually stated in Perpres number 96 and 97 year 2019. So it is actually seen that Indonesian government are really supporting creative economy growth. Next. And these are actually the achievement and targets. Until now, we already have added value of creative economy until 415 trillion rupiah in year 2023, and you can see the number of creative economy exports, also creative economy workshops are actually increasing years by years. Next. And we have these opportunities as one of the driving for in the creative economic growth, as we have a very big populations. Also, we have a very huge numbers of smartphone users, which can actually drive the digital economy for Indonesia. And we have a very active internet users, also active social media users. This become one of the promising numbers for digital creative economy in Indonesia to grow as well. Next. Yeah, amongst all of the strength, Indonesian creative economy also supported with a very complete ecosystem. As you can see here, from talent, culture, IP-based product, financing, infrastructure and technology, policy and regulations, also market. All of these aspects actually are very complete in Indonesia, particularly in terms of culture. We have so many cultures here, which actually help the growth of the local creative economy. Also, in terms of talent, we have a very huge number of youngsters here in Indonesia. Almost 70% are in a productive age. Also, in terms of policy and regulations, we have so many specific regulations focusing on the creative economy. And after all, so we have a new regulations which actually support the IP-based financing, which become one of the weaknesses of how creative actors achieving finance from the conventional finance. Next. And amongst of the ASEAN countries, Indonesia actually ranked number 5 in terms of the creative outputs. Creative outputs means the numbers of performance capacities in intangible assets, creative goods and services, and also online creativity. We believe that these numbers can be increasing as well by using the supports from all the stakeholders, particularly those who are joining us in this event. Next. Yeah, using all of the study and also understanding all of the data coming from different ministries and also previous studies, we try to derive some strength, weakness, and opportunities, and also threat to actually underline why these workshops, the 3 days workshop from this is actually the first day in Jakarta, and then we're going to have Yogyakarta and Bali. We have underlined the SWOT factors on why these workshops is very important. First, next, in terms of strengths, Indonesia, we have a very diverse cultural diversity, which actually help us to produce unique cultural products and services. And then also we have a very huge economic contributions from creative economy, which is almost 12 billion in the first half of the year. And also we have a very strong government support, not only in terms of policy and regulations, also in terms of programs, supports in terms of finance and many more. Next. Yeah, also we have a very huge internet penetrations rate in Indonesia, which lead to the growth of the digital transformations in creative economy. Also, we have a very huge numbers of job creations, which is almost 4.4 million jobs by 2024. And also we have a very high global competitiveness in terms of market, where we have recorded export value from almost 26.95 billion USD. And those export numbers actually contributed by fashion, craft, and culinary subsectors. Next. And also in terms of the creative economy workforce, like I mentioned before, we have these actually the sectors are providing benefits to the Indonesian populations. Also, we have a very huge productive age group, whereas 70% point to 72%. Indonesia's population is within the productive age from 15 to 64. And as you can see here, 52% of Indonesia's population is comprised of young age 18 to 39 years old. And in terms of resiliencies, we can see the Indonesian economy is very resilient in terms of country's GDP growth by 5% in the second quarter. And we also have a very specific policy and regulations supporting the IP. Next. Also, we have a very strength in the priority subsectors from film, music, and animations. As you can see here, in 2022, the numbers of Indonesian film in cinemas, the viewers of Indonesian film cinemas are actually reaching the highest record for 54 million, surpassing the 2019 achievement. And also in terms of another opportunities for Indonesian market is the rise of OTT viewers in Indonesia. OTT become one of the business models for the film industries. Besides, after cinemas, they are actually getting revenues from OTT. So Indonesia actually have the second viewership after the key drama. And in terms of games, also we have a very strong in the local games. As you can see here, the local games have successfully sold between 30,000 to 150 copies, with the gross revenue ranging from $400,000 to $3,200,000. Next. However, we still face some weaknesses for Indonesian creative economy. Next. Yeah. First, about the infrastructures and ecosystem development. Although we knew that, our president are very focusing on the increasing the numbers of infrastructures and the quality of infrastructures. However, most of the development are concentrated in urban areas. And also in terms of intellectual property protections, we already have the regulation there. However, sometimes in terms of enforcement, still undermine the ability of creators to monetize their work. So not only protect, but how to monetize all of their IPs. And in terms of access of financing, sometimes creative players having struggled to access financing from traditional banking, since most of them cannot provide the collaterals. And also in terms of skill gaps and educations, a lot of supports made by our ministry. However, sometimes the weaknesses found in the rural area, which required more technical educations kind of things. And then in terms of market access and globalization, sometimes we face some stiff competitions from China, particularly. So that's why most of the, I mean, not most of the, some of the biggest fashion produced in Indonesia are now collapsing because they cannot compete with the price coming from fashion from China. And also about the import regulation, sometimes they're also about the illegal import coming to Indonesia that become one of the challenges, yeah, for Indonesian fashion creators. Next. Yeah, this is also one of the problem here. We have 17 subsectors, but we have multiple definition also, difficulties to actually define all the 17 subsectors. So we cannot measure the right numbers of the right contribution. For example, like music, animations, movie, those kind of non one-time consumables things are very hard to measure. Yeah, so we believe that the contributions of the 17 subsectors could be higher compared to now because we only have this KBLI, ISIC, which is very limited and cannot cover the 17 subsectors. And no competency map. So I believe Representative ILO is here. So this is really important. Particularly, we have a clear roadmap until 2045, but still there's no clear roadmap on creative economic competency map. This is very important because by knowing the competency map, we know what kind of training will be needed by the creative actors, needed to support what kind of technical things, how about the big knowledge kind of things. So we don't have this yet. And then ineffective development of creative clusters, we believe that our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy already built a lot of creative hub, yeah. But actually, in terms of clusters, yeah, since this is one of the solutions on facing the gap about the lack of infrastructures, however, sometimes fail to be effective in several cities. The next is about the lack of standardizations of the creative economy products. So this is why most of the creative actors face difficulties to export their goods because they cannot meet the international standards of several countries. So we need to help them and assist them to meet those criteria of several countries' export regulations. And the next is about the law understanding of IPs and also the implementations of platform and governance for copyright management is still stalled. So there's already a platform to manage the IPs, but yet the rise of IP numbers and creators are actually higher compared to how the platform can manage all of them. Next. But still we have opportunities that can help us to cover all the weaknesses. Next. Some of the opportunities first is about international collaborations. So by having international collaborations, we can actually facilitate knowledge exchange, capacity building, and access to international market. The next, we have a very huge growing middle class and consumer demands who actually tend to become the main consumers of creative products. And here they actually wants to pay higher compared to other type of consumers. And in terms of digital transformation, it helps a lot with the creative the 17 creative subsectors, particularly those which are focused on the IPs. For example, by using AI in terms of content creations, it will be faster, cheaper, and also in terms of distributions, it will gain broader audience and also more access to the international market by having this streaming platform for music, for movies, and many more. And it enhances efficiencies, increase production speed and also reduce the production cost. And also we have these opportunities, the rise of social commerce. Indonesia is one of the biggest social media users, and it helps a lot with the SMEs and also creative actors, so they can sell the product easily without need to have the brick and mortar store. So they can sell the product through the e-commerce, and also they can sell the product to the social commerce like TikTok, and they can do very efficient marketing compared to those the traditional one. So this actually help the small and the micro and small medium players in creative economy. And the next opportunities are actually in the sustainability and ethical consumerism. So this one of the movement are now increasing in Indonesia, and it opened opportunities to the type of customers who willing to pay premium products. So this is like mentioned by Gita previously. So they are willing to consume products that are environmentally friendly and socially responsible. We have several brands in Indonesia like Sukacita. Yeah, they cost a lot, but people want to pay more because they can expose or what they have done with the environmental and the social. So that's why the price is worth it enough. And then in terms of cultural exchange collaboration, like the ASEAN, for example, like programs like ASEAN UK kind of things need to be can actually help to foster the growth of our local players by having, for example, like workshops of or the co-productions or co-creating like a product from local and also from international. Next. Yeah, and we also have these emerging creative sectors. For example, in Indonesia, we now more put priority on mobile games, on film, on music. Why? Because the IP products, they're not one-time consumable, so they can produce more and more money even after a long time. And these kind of emerging sectors are promising. And by having a backup in the IP regulations as anymore, I think these sectors can be grow further compared to before. And the discontinued analog broadcasting services and the transition to digital service also actually put some of the subsectors in a very good positions, particularly like in the film and animations. The OTT service also increasing, become one of the channels for our filmmaker to distribute their products. And here, Indonesia is the third largest mobile game market based on the Google Play download. So this is actually huge potentials for Indonesian game subsectors. Next. Some threat that I don't actually really like to present this one, but we have to understand what kind of threat that actually hampering our creative economy players. Next. First is about the market concentrations. Yeah, not necessarily only from the international market, for example, like China or from India, but also from the local player itself. So most likely Indonesia, the market is dominating by dominant players. They are the rich one who can build the manufacturing infrastructure anymore. Sometimes the small players like like a fashion producers, like craft producers, they cannot compete with those who are already dominating the market. The next is about the digital divide. We know that the penetrations of the internet and mobile is actually very high in Indonesia, but still we face some difficulties in less developed areas, and they actually face lack of access to the necessary technology and digital skills. And about the intellectual property issues, although we have a lot of regulations, but still the piracy cannot be lowered even more. Yeah, still they have more creative actions to do the piracy thing in Indonesia. I don't know why, but still the enforcements of IP need to be increased in terms of this one. Next. Okay, boleh next. Yeah, number 4 is actually one of the uncontrolled factor that we cannot do. Much more on that. So about the economic and political instability actually hampering the willingness to invest in Indonesia, Also about cultural and linguistic barriers. Sometimes we have this inclusivity, but sometimes barriers becomes a language becomes a problem. Yeah, language become a problem for Indonesian creative actors to negotiate with their international partners. And about the global economic outlook, about the declining GDP, about the financial crisis, geopolitical kind of things, and the conflict with Ukraine, those kind of things, although sometimes seems indirect, giving an indirect effect to the Indonesian economy, well, actually it impacted a lot, yeah, to our players. Next. So by that, we also understand that the creative economy is actually giving a huge role for a number of SDG. In this case, for SDG number 1, 5, 8, 10, and also 17. Next. For example, in SDG number 1, about the poverty, the creative economy provides significant employment opportunities so that can help to reduce poverty. Particularly in Indonesia, we have a very huge number of house workers. So even though they have no formal business running, they can still doing things from their home. It's actually reduced the poverty for the rural area and for the women necessity-based entrepreneurs, we may say that. And in terms of SDG number 5, gender equality, the creative economy in Indonesia offers a platform for women to participate equally in the economic activities. I will explain later that women actually held the highest number of SMEs in Indonesia, the woman-owned enterprise. Next. About SDG number 8, the decent work and creative growth. The creative economy is a major driver of economic growth in Indonesia. Also, it reduces inequalities as SDG number 10 by bridge regional disparities by promoting cultural diversity and providing economic opportunities across different regions. And also, in terms of SDG number 17, the creative economy fosters international collaborations and partnerships. So I believe that's why we have a very many international conferences held in Indonesia. Next. So in terms of social inclusion in Indonesian creative economy, still we found some weaknesses. For example, in terms of racial disparities, sometimes the inclusion is not merely in terms of gender or in terms of disabilities or else, but also in terms of the access to particular infrastructures and else. Selamat datang Bapak Sandiaga Uno. Oke, saya izin lanjut Pak. Iya. Jadi agak tegang nih kalau ada Pak Menteri ya, mohon maaf Ibu. So let me continue. So number 2, in terms of there's no metric for equality and social mobility. So this is really hard to actually measure about the social inclusion in Indonesian creative economy because we don't have any significant metric to measure about the involvement of women, involvement of disabilities, and vulnerable groups. We don't have any specific metrics to actually measure that factors. Next. In terms of gender participations, actually, according to our numbers, women participation is already very huge in Indonesian creative economy. But actually, it is only focused on those 3 subsectors: the fashion, the craft, and the food and beverage. So we still have another 14 subsectors to cover those women inclusions. In terms of youth involvement, the young nations, particularly those age 18 and 34, they're sometimes significantly involved in social enterprises, yeah, and most likely 67% of leadership roles occupied by this age of group, which is a good number for Indonesia. You know, this is one of our strengths. We have a very huge number of youngsters. And in terms of disability inclusion, so this is the numbers are quite low. Only 46 of people with disabilities age 15 and above participate in the labor market, and they are mostly in informal sectors. Yeah. So actually, the numbers can be increased, yeah, by probably having some strategies to overcome those kind of things. Next. Yeah, as you can see here, in terms of women, in creative economy already covers a lot, and the numbers of women ranked to 56, yeah, for creative economy, and this is kind of huge in Indonesia. Next. Yeah. However, we found some data on why the numbers are, yeah, although huge, they are they are more concentrating on in a micro kind of business, and they are more concentrating on those business which is really easy to run from their house. Sometimes they face low self confidence since they have to balance the family and business responsibilities. Sometimes they face some gender stereotypes and discriminations, so that's why it is really hard for them to get some access to the infrastructure and many more. And also they have limited access to networks and mentorship because of the gender stereotypes and discriminations. Next. They also face some limited access to capital because most of the requirements, they need to have ownership of access or collateral, and they need to have approval from their husband. Yeah, from our study, this is one of the challenges. And in terms of social and cultural norms, some type of businesses that are considered inappropriate for women to run found in Indonesia. So that's why they are mostly focused on the craft, fashion, F&B kind of business. And they also face some barriers to education and training, and particularly because they have to balance to take care of their family and then take some training and some educations. Next. So according to all of the SWOT analysis, we try to create like a TOS analysis to understand what kind of strategy actually can help us to close the gaps. First, we can promote sustainability and ethical practice within the 17 subsectors. The second, we can also share resources, knowledge, and opportunities, all the co-things, co-productions, co-creations, co-distributions, co-branding, the core marketing can be one of the solutions by having networks with NGOs, creative enterprises, and also the government agencies. And we can start to promote creative womanpreneurships or creative disabled partnerships in the creative economy within the 17 subsectors. We can also implement the targeted programs to improve access. For example, like giving scholarship, mentorship programs, and workshops. They are accessible to these vulnerable groups. And also we can try to encourage collaboration between the traditional and modern sectors. So in terms of the weaknesses and opportunity strategies, we have to enforce the digital transformation within the 17 subsectors. Now we only have like 6 or 7 subsectors who are already transformed digitally. And we can address regional concentrations and resource access by having digital transformations and develop inclusive platform and spaces for these vulnerable groups, and also utilize digital platforms to provide training and resource remotely, because we have a very huge talent for digital software businesses. Why don't we make one of a very specific platform for these vulnerable groups? Next. In terms of ST strategies, we can start to collaborate with ASEAN players to decrease the market concentrations from China. We can also use government support to promote inclusive and diverse creative product, yeah, by promoting through media and many more. And we can conduct awareness campaign to highlight the contributions of women, youth, and people with disabilities in creative economy. We can encourage the development of assistive technology. Actually, in the USA, there are so many examples of assistive technology which allow some type of disabled people to still work and produce something and involve in the many activities. In terms of WNT strategies, we can decrease the digital divide, particularly for the vulnerable group. We can develop comprehensive policies to mitigate gender pay gaps and regional disparities, because according to our data, although the women actually have a high number on contributions in creative economy, still they pay less. They paid less. So that's why it is important to have this document to make sure they can be paid accordingly. And we can strengthen the intellectual property rights to protect the creations of marginalized groups, and make sure it's not only protecting but also help them to benefit economically by having how to commercialize, having the strategy on how to commercialize their IP, and also advocate for policies that promote gender and equality and inclusivity in the creative economy. For example, like equal pay regulations or providing incentive for business that employ diverse workforce. Probably this already held in the BUMN, the private sectors, yeah, help with will get a higher score if they actually employed the vulnerable groups. That they can be one of the metric that enforce companies to accept the vulnerables within the company. Next. So for conclusions, so that's why it is important that you are actively participating in today's workshop, because it is important to increase comprehensive understanding of the significance of diversity and inclusion in the creative economy. And also it is important to understand the common barriers that hinder social inclusion in the creative economy. And we have to find practical strategies and tools to promote these social inclusions within the organizations. And we also want to encourage engagement in terms of community, to increase collaborations among diverse stakeholders, also to develop actionable plans to implementing this diversity and inclusion strategies. So that's all from me today. I hope this helps. So hope you have a great day for today's workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. Now we're moving on to the keynote speech by His Excellency Mr. Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Please welcome His Excellency Sandiaga Uno.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam sehat, penuh semangat, Rahayu Indonesia Maju. His Excellency Bapak Dindin Wahyudi, Senior Advisors to Minister for Foreign Affairs and Economic Diplomacy, Ibu Gita from UN Resident Coordinator, thank you. Matthew and Pak Brody, I haven't seen, oh, here you are, Pak Brody. I haven't seen Marco, but Marco is here also. Ohayo gozaimasu. And also colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, from stakeholders of the creative economy, we are here with at least two deputies. I was told Ibu Dia is here and Pak Neil was supposed to be here also. I think he's on his way. And distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize for slightly being late in our schedule, because there is a limited cabinet meeting this morning to address emerging concern, which is the Mpox outbreak, which has been labeled again by WHO as concern. And we are having this Indonesia-Africa Forum. So the president called all ministers related to the concern to give briefing. And finally, I would like to share fresh from the oven that we will continue with the Indonesian Africa Forum, but we will increase our resilience and our awareness by making sure that some of the precautions that we have learned from COVID era, such as registering into the electronic health declarations and certifications, as well as the thermal scanner and physical exams at the entry point of Bali and Jakarta will now be in place. So we will continue with the events, and there's no restrictions on visits in particular from our African guests, but we will have to apply the health protocol that we have adopted since the COVID era. So all good news, nothing to worry about. I'm very, very happy. And yesterday I met Ibu Gita that we are spearheading with this workshop on promoting social inclusion in the creative economy sectors. And I would like to appreciate and give our sincere gratitude to UNDESA for partnering with us and for your invaluable support in facilitating this first collaborative project with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And also, I would like to thank my compatriots, my colleagues from Ministry of Foreign Affairs to also uh, facilitate these collaborations. The aim is to implement the UN resolutions 78 slash 133 on promoting creative economy for sustainable development. And I would like to see a concrete deliverables. The impact from this workshop is strategies to develop and enhance social inclusions in the creative economy sectors, particularly for the vulnerable communities, women, youth, older people, and people with disabilities and local communities, whose contributions are equally important but often overlooked. And we're not just talking the talk, but we're walking the talk. Uh, we are putting the RAM here just for showcase, not just for showcase, but really a very tangible effort to make this is inclusively creative, just like our motto. Creative economy or the culture and creative industries have been widely regarded as a new source for global economic growth. When you look at the numbers worldwide, it's 3% of the GDP, 2.2 trillion US dollars worth of contributions, and it provides a staggering 6.2% of the employment, as well as over 50 million jobs worldwide. In Indonesia itself, is about half of it, 25 million. And this is something that we aim to provide a better quality jobs. And we also would like to make sure that creative economy would foster income generations, job creations, and export earnings, which is badly needed. And Indonesia generate about $28 billion of US dollars worth of creative economy exports. And in the same line, promoting social inclusions, making sure that the gap that we follow through by the Gini coefficient ratio will be narrower, and it also provide cultural diversity and human development. In alignment with the tagline of our flagship program, which is inclusively creative, uh, the World Conference on Creative Economy uh, will showcase that the project will be not just a pilot project that could be replicated in other countries, but it also would provide leadership whereby our presence in the creative economy could be a really a good example of leading by doing and leading by taking action and taking the lead. So, in closing, I'm confident that this workshop will inspire not just policymakers, but all stakeholders in the creative economy sectors to be more inclusive, to be thinking about 50, 100, and maybe thousands of years ahead for sustainability. We are entrusted with creative economy. We need to make sure that the concept of regenerative will be in everyday life of our activities, so that not only we're going to aim net zero, but we're also going to aim how we could be positively contributing to provide equitable world where no one is left behind. So thank you very much, and please enjoy the workshop. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Thank you, His Excellency, for the impressive speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the panel session, I would like to invite the minister to join the participants on the floor for a group photo. All right, we'll be taking the pictures. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 15 minutes coffee break before we continue to the agenda. You may enjoy coffee, tea, and snacks that we have prepared for you. And we will see you after the break. Apologies, 10 minutes.
Jumpa cinta pertama telah tertanam, rindu dendam semakin dalam, semakin kelam. Indah cinta berakhir duka, mengalun sunyi dibuai mimpi. Masa remaja punahlah sudah, menjauh dari angan merapu. Kini ku cari celah bahagia di atas jalanan penuh duri. Ku gapai-gapai kasih nan dulu, engkau kini semakin jauh. Tiada lagi senyum lembutmu, sendiri berjalan di dalam kelam, kemana arah yang ku tuju. Engkau hanyalah bayangan beku. Indah cinta berakhir duka, mengalun sunyi dibuai mimpi. Masa remaja punahlah sudah, menjauh dari angan merapu. Kini ku cari celah bahagia di atas jalanan penuh duri. Ku gapai-gapai kasih nan dulu, engkau kini semakin jauh. Semakin jauh.
Bersemi untayan kasih, jumpa cinta pertama telah tertanam, rindu dendam semakin dalam, semakin kelam. Indah cinta berakhir duka, mengalun sunyi dibuai mimpi. Masa remaja punahlah sudah, kasih nan luruh, engkau kini semakin jauh. Indah cinta berakhir duka, mengalun sunyi dibuai mimpi. Masa remaja punahlah sudah. Menjauh dari alam merapu, kini ku cari celah bahagia di atas jalanan penuh duri. Ku gapai-gapai kasih nan luruh, engkau kini semakin jauh. Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, air laut berkilauan, berayun-ayun ombak mengalir ke pantai Sunda Gurauan. Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, hati susah jadi senang. Gitar berbunyi riang gembira, jauh malam dari petang. Beribu bintang taburan menghiasi langit hijau, menambah cantik alamku. cantik alam serta murni pemandangan di bawah sinar
Check.
bulan purnama hati sedih tak dirasa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Miskin pun yang hidup sengsara semalam hidup bersuka. Si miskin pun yang hidup sengsara semalam hidup bersuka. Gambar diriku hanyalah engkau, tumpuan kalbu, cita dan cintaku hanyalah engkau. Hari berganti hari, waktu terus berlalu, kau pun tak tahu mengapa begitu. Semuanya membisu, tiada berlaku. Pada siapa lagi harus ku bertanya kalau bukan engkau? Serasa tiada berarti bila hidup sendiri. Walau berjuta bintang yang datang bersemi menghibur diri, namun kesepian selalu datang mencekam, tiada berhenti. Oh kekasih, dengarlah kata hatiku, rinduku hanya untukmu. Oh kekasih, biarkan tangis berlaku, jangan kau simpan di hati. Pada siapa lagi harus ku bertanya kalau bukan engkau? Serasa tiada berarti bila hidup sendiri. Walau berjuta bintang yang datang bersemi menghibur diri, namun kesepian selalu datang mencekam, tiada berhenti. Oh kekasih, dengarlah kata hatiku, rinduku hanya untukmu. Oh kekasih, biarkan tangis berlalu, jangan kau simpan di hati. La 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 la
peristiwa yang pernah ada dalam kehidupan merupakan kehendak Tuhan yang Maha Mulia. Betapa kuasa Dia dalam menentukan jalan nasib kita yang senantiasa di tangannya. Manusia berusaha untuk menggapai cinta dan cintanya, seakan tak berdaya bila yang diinginkan melawan kodrat dunia. Hasil ajaran jangan diabaikan, yang senantiasa akan abadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first session is about to begin soon. Please take your seats and get ready for that. Thank you.
Sadarkan diri, hidup insani takkan pasti. Bertobatlah, suatu hari tiba saat untuk menghadap Maha Pencipta. Manusia berusaha untuk menggapai cita dan cintanya, seakan tak berdaya bila yang diinginkan melawan kodrat dunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you're feeling refreshed after having some snacks, coffee, and tea. The very first session will focus on social inclusion in the key sectors of the creative economy. This session will be moderated by Mr. Chandra Negara, Senior Diplomat from the Directorate of Trade, Industry, Commodity, and Intellectual Property from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And the panelists that will join the discussions in these panels are Mr. Marco Camilla, Director UNIDO Country Office in Indonesia, Ms. Diana Setiawati, Associate Project Officer, UNESCO Multisectoral Regional Office, Jakarta, Ms. Aryani Nisma Putri, singer and songwriter, and Mr. Muhammad Nil El Himam, Deputy for the Digital Economy and Creative Products from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Please give a big round of applause as we welcome the moderator and panelists on the stage. Thank you.
Check. Fatih, can we start now? Very good morning to you all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chandra. I'm a senior diplomat from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And it is my pleasure to be here. It's always so good for me to be among my old friends, among my family. I was with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy 4 years back. And then, just like coming home is always good. Bu Deputy, Bu Dia, Bapak Ibu sekalian, we're gonna have our first session this morning. I have here the distinguished speakers, Pak Marco from the UNIDO, and then Ibu Putri Aryani. Let me call you Ade. Can I call you Ade? Because she's as old as my daughter.
10 years old. So.
Yeah, that's why. This is why it's our daughter actually, right? And then Ibu Diana from UNESCO, and then my beloved friends, Pak Neil Himam, Deputy Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy for Creative Industry.
Yeah, digital economy and creative products. Digital
Economy and Creative Products. Distinguished friends, ladies and gentlemen, our session here entitled. It's okay. Entitled Social Inclusions in Key Sectors of the Creative Economy, Challenges and Opportunities. The objective of our session this morning is to explore the role of creative economy in promoting social inclusion and cultural diversity. In the objective, we also would like to identify challenges and barriers to social inclusion in key sectors of creative economy, particularly for marginalized groups such as women, youth, older persons, and persons with disabilities. Then I want the speakers also to explore ways to discuss strategies and best practices for enhancing social inclusion in creative economy. Of course, when we talk about challenges, about opportunities, strategies, we have to take into consideration all of the sectors in the ecosystem of the creative economy. Without further ado, I would like to invite one by one the speakers to present their material or to deliver their opinion on the subject. Pak Marco, you may take the floor for 7 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Chandra. So it's a great honor to be part of this panel, and then next to Iba Putri and distinguished panel. I just want to tell a story that recently I met a young director. His name is Pacosi Rizal. Pacosi Rizal has produced short films, and what is interesting is that this is quite high quality, and he was able to submit 2 or 3 to different festivals, short films, to Sundance Festival, Toronto Festival, and Cannes Festival in France. And those were accepted and were projected in those festivals. So what I want to say is that creativity is linked with quality. And in this case, this is a proof that this is coming together. And what I see different manifestations of creativity, and also Eva Putri, singing at the Americans Got Talent. So what I see is that Indonesia is really starting a cycle of creativity, and it's a cycle where the rest of the world is discovering Indonesia. And we have seen this in the past. We saw in Brazil in the 70s with Bossa Nova, when jazz and music came out, and then everybody was interested on Brazilian culture. We also saw this in Japan with the samurai, with the kimono in the 60s and the 70s. Then we saw this in Korea, South Korea, until today. So South Korea popular culture is a major reference. But now I think we are in the time where Indonesian culture it has curiosity. And the resident coordinator this morning and the minister also mentioned about the potential that this creativity has. I think besides the youth dividend, the demographic dividend that Indonesia has for the next 10 to 15 years, I think Indonesia also has a cultural dividend. And this cultural dividend will last for 10 years, 15 years. So there is a time where the rest of the world wants to learn more about Indonesia, and then it's time for you to take advantage of this window of opportunity for creative economy. Yes, I want to mention a couple of things. So as UNIDO, so we are implementing a project with another 4 agencies. And in 2 days, so I'm flying to Lombok. So we are going to present with UNDP, UNEP, UNICEF. We have a project on called ASSIST under the leadership of the UN resident coordinator. And we are supporting small producers, mostly women, young people. We have trained almost more than 300 beneficiaries in Lombok. And this is something that comes also with financing, with entrepreneurship, with training. Another project that, if I have 1 minute, in Armenia, in Eastern Europe. So this is a project that with the Association of Producers, where by chance all the owners of these factories, textile factories, are women. And we supported branding. We created a branding. The branding is called 5900 BC, that 5900. For those, if you are curious, 5900 BC is the year where the oldest fabric and in the best preserved way has been discovered, and this was discovered in Armenia. So this is the brand that we created, and for this we brought Italian designer, and also we make an agreement with the School of Design in Italy in order to bring this expertise to Armenia. And one of the main results is that in 3 years, so the association, the factories were able to triple sales. So what you see is now the integration, the embedding in producing goods, creativity and design. Branding is very important component. The second is skills and training to produce higher quality products. And the third is incorporating the design. Sometimes we tend to think that design is something spontaneous that comes from our mind, but design requires preparation, networks, and most important, having access to ideas. So that means talking to our friends, talking to mentors, talking to people from other countries. This is what brings ideas and understanding and networking, and that allows companies and countries to take advantage of the creative sector.
Thank you very much, Pak Marco, and let me invite a round of applause for Pak Marco presentation. Now let me turn to Budian as a second speaker in our session. Budian, you have the microphone already? No, okay. Budian, perhaps you can share with us your views on how UNESCO see the development of Indonesia's strategies or approach toward the social inclusion in creative economy, or the creative economy role in promoting social inclusion in Indonesia, as well perhaps the involvement of education sector. Please, Budian.
If I may, I would like to share my presentation, Pak,
Sure,
if
sure.
that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my distinguished speakers here. Also, Ariana. Thank you for Ariani. Thank you for Ariani. Yeah. So, please be introduced myself. My name is Diana Setiawati. I'm the Associate Project Officer for Culture Unit. And I would like to share our experience in implementing creative economy program, but also engaging with inclusion, social inclusion. So this is, there are two materials, Pak. So there will be PowerPoint and video. So I will only need 10 minutes. Yes. So maybe I will just stand up, if okay? Yeah. Okay. So I would like to introduce our program. This is actually started in 2017, called Kita Muda Kreatif. Next. This is the program that actually initiated in 2017 as a response for the government program for the super priority destination, which declared in Indonesia. And at that time, we have opportunity with City Foundation as our donor to propose a youth empowerment program. We see that there are a lot of developments going on in this tourism destination program, and we hope that the creative industries development, especially mobilized by youth, can be supported. So this is the program. We are working in the 6 provinces of Indonesia, in Yogyakarta, Central Java, and then Lombok, Bali, Kota Tua, and also in Toba. Next. So actually, the program is based on our assessment that there are we are targeting actually many subsector of creative industries like craft, culinary, fashion, and art performance and such. We see that the youths that actually working in this type of sector, they are very focused on the production and content, and not so much on the cultural narrative and also for the business development. So we're coming as inputs to provide them business development and financial literacy. We also provide with the branding support. Next. This is only the achievement of our program in 6 years. So by now we are actually already assisting more than 1,200 youths, also with the local communities surrounding these areas. This is also including the areas where the World Heritage are. So like Borobudur, Prambanan, Sangiran, and then also some of the heritage sites like Kota Tua, Jakarta, cultural landscape of Bali province and such. Next. So talking about today's theme, the social inclusion, we actually, starting in 2022, we had the LNOB component enhanced, so leave no one behind. We are engaging more and more people with disabilities and also marginalized people and also women groups. So if you see like the pattern here, there are various activities that we have conducted over the last 6 years through business training, showcase, and exhibitions. And we always engage with the people with disabilities. Next. In terms of inclusion, we also reach out the community groups that are actually quite far outreach, and this is one of them, the poor Gorga carvers from Toba. They are actually coming from the Parmalim community, so this is part of the traditional religions in North Sumatra, in Toba. And at that time when we start the intervention, they were a little bit far from the access of training and capacity building. So they are joining our programs. We provided training with product development and business development, so they can have more access to showcase their work and also to get more ideas for the product development. Next. And also in terms of engaging with elderly or women groups, we are actually also implementing our programs with women groups. Even though at the first it was a design for the youth empowerment, but we see more and more women groups from the crafter groups. This is actually one example from Lombok. Mr. Marco, you probably know that the Lombok is actually very famous with the tenun. So this is actually a little bit specific. If you see the older woman here, she's weaving a scarf called rarempak. So it's actually a waste from the weaving textile. And because of her age, she wants to be more productive, but she cannot make like a full-on weaving. So she can make a rarempak, which is actually a scarf, a short scarf that can also be sold for the customers. Next. Okay, in terms of engaging people with disabilities, our program is actually also providing platform and spaces for artisans with disabilities. And for the last 3 years, we have been hosting them to join our events and our showcase. Maybe I would like to show you some of the example. The one at the above is the dancer from deaf community from Bali. And then the up below one is also from the deaf community from Jogja. And this one is actually a combined performance from Jogja, from non-disability and persons with disability. And this is actually quite interesting if I see them when they practice. So because they would like to perform as a dancer, but they have hearing loss. So the trainer actually have a quite technique to train them. So this is actually quite manual. She said, I asked them because I was curious. She said that the volume of the speaker is bit up, so they can feel the getaran apa Pak? Yeah, they can feel the pressure, and then the trainer can make more visual with the mouth. So like the dancer at the above, the one in Bali ones, when they dance, the trainer is actually also sitting in front of them and also reminding them about the move. So it's a very moving performance. Next. This actually in 2022 we hosted the World Disability Day in Semarang along with the city government of Semarang, and there are more than 300 people, I think more than 400 people coming, and lots of organization with people with disabilities. They are really enjoying the day. They do street fashion. We also have competition to do fashion show, also exhibitions, and also cultural performance. So we are very lucky that actually in Indonesia, there are many, many cities that actually open for this accessibility. Yeah. Okay. Next. So this is Madina Salma. You probably will see more later in the video. Next. Next. Yeah. This is actually the last slide, and I would like to invite if any of you would like to expand your network with Kita Muda Creative Program. We are very open for collaboration, and we are actually looking forward to have more and more collaboration with you. Next. Yeah, this is actually, we have collaborator from 136 organizations, and that's also including the government. With the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, we also had like regular collaboration as well. So we are very lucky. So if you are also interested to join and collaborate with us, we are very open. I have the 4 minutes video just to show you number of our beneficiaries, so you can also have a grasp about our activities in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Budian.
Mengambil semangat
Can you make the
kolaborasi,
video 2
para
minutes?
network lahir dengan
Sorry?
satu
Can
keyakinan.
you make the video
Yaitu,
2 minutes?
we believe in
It's
collaboration
4 minutes.
rather than
Okay.
competition.
Okay.
Okay.
Dan semangat ini memberi kami keyakinan untuk menjadi mitra pelaksana Kita Muda Kreatif di bawah
Mungkin bisa
koordinasi
mulai di
Dinas
menit
Jakarta.
1,5
Kami
Mas.
memahami bahwa kolaborasi menjadi
Ya.
Rumah ini saya dirikan itu karena keresahan saya melihat limbah kayu di sekitar pintu Semarang ini hanya
So this is
dimanfaatkan untuk
from the
kayu bakar. Jadi saya
VJ Craft.
berkreatif untuk limbah
So he
kayu
makes
ini dijadikan
glasses from the wooden waste,
saya di samping mengelola Geomet, saya juga menaungi
and he's actually very active crafters and looking forward also for more and more opportunities to
bisa diberi
grow
tempat
his
di
business.
tempat wisata heritage supaya nantinya
His glasses also worked by the popular people like Butet Kartarajasa. This is Madina Salma.
Saya Madinah Salma sebagai message
This is the fashion designer from Kota Lama Semarang.
untuk acara undangan sini dengan undangan karya saya Madinah.
She recently won a competition as well, and she has been joining our program since 2022.
Saya berbuat bersama
We provided branding support, provided trainings for Madina Salma.
BPC dari pameran untuk juga
She was also the speaker of the G20 set event in Bali with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy.
saya menjadi DC bersama. Saya Wiji Astuti, pemilik usaha dari
This is Wiji Astuti.
Seroja Wiji Batik mengambil nilai-nilai kreatif dan seni dari cerita-cerita budaya Indonesia di masa lampau untuk menceritakannya kembali kepada anak-anak muda di Indonesia di masa sekarang. Produk yang saya buat juga ada 4 macam, antara lain batik, ekoprint, suminagasi, melukis di atas air, rice day, yaitu
So despite being disability, she is also very productive in making new batik motifs and also eco-print.
usaha saya semakin maju, semakin banyak dikenal.
So this is our message
Dengan
for the group.
adanya
Thank you.
KMK UNESCO ini, kita dan teman.
Thank you very much, Budian. It's a very inspiring. We see a lot of programs that have been conducted by UNESCO Indonesia, and then it's so. I'm so happy to see the outcomes of some of the programs. Now, I would like to take all the participants to have a more personalized views on the creative economy and social inclusion. We have now here our Putri Aryani, a singer and composer, a well-known one. Especially, the first time I saw her performance was at the American Got Talent.
Yes.
I was about to cry, to be honest.
Thank you.
I was so happy. Apa terharu bahasa Inggrisnya apa? I was so touched.
Touchable.
Yeah. I was in Dubai. I saw it on YouTube when everybody says that my staff at the consulate told me about Putri, and then I saw it. Oh, it was so touching.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Putri. Thank you very
you.
much. And big round of applause to Putri first. Putri, I would like to have your thought, your insight actually. What inspired you to be an artist and to be a composer despite your disability? I believe that since you get the inspiration, you already knew that it is not easy. For me, I think you must have had a very special talent. Not a normal talent for me, just like, for example, I have talent of sleeping. It's easy, but singing and composing music is different. Can you share us what inspired you and how you face the challenges, the barriers that you have in pursuing your career?
So before that, I want to greet everyone here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So I will start to sharing the beginning of my career. So I start to pursuing my dream as a singer, as a musician when I joined Indonesia's Got Talent 2014. That was my very first time to experience a big stage and television, because you know that at that time the media is the main media is television. Social media is not really exist. So that's my very first experience, and gratefully, alhamdulillah, I became a winner. Thank you. After that, I continue to create my social media in 2017. I start to practicing piano to improve my skills, and also write my song, releasing my song in 2020 and 2021. My first English song, Loneliness, is released, and the song that brings me into America's Got Talent and got a golden buzzer from Simon Cowell. So, if you ask me about my biggest challenge, the biggest challenge is when people look at me just as a blind person, not as a musician. So, some people still give me a label as a visually impaired person, as a blind person, not look at me purely in my music or what I work on. But alhamdulillah, after my appearance on AGT, people start looking me as a singer. And in 2024, I have my collaboration with Alan Walker and Peter Elias. The collaboration for me is represent the inclusivity, because Alan asked me to going up the mountain in Norway. So for me, it's represent the equality. So nothing's impossible.
With all of those challenges, what keep you stay motivated? Your persistency. What makes you so persistent?
Even I cannot see the world, I want everyone in the world can see me as diva.
Wow. Wow.
You know, if in US they have Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles, yeah, in Europe they have Andrea Bocelli, and now in Asia we have Putri Aryani.
Wow. Wow, that really the thing that make us proud. Of course.
That's
Of
my
course.
dream.
Yeah. One last question, Putri.
Yeah.
What is the lesson from your journey that you want other disabled people or people with impair, the blind, the other disabled, that you can share to them to achieve their dreams, their goal? What is the most important lesson?
Yeah. Doing what you love and loving what you do, consistent with what you have chose, and be patient. Spread a positivity in every steps we take. We don't need to wait for a chance, because we can make our own opportunities.
Wow.
I want to encourage people that we are able, we are capable, and we are equal. We all perfect in our own ways.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Putri Aryani.
Thank you.
And again, we always, almost every day, we congratulate you for all your achievement.
Thank you.
That is why I wish we had a piano here so we can dance with rungkat. I always remember the rungkat in front of the palace. Thank you, Putri.
Thank you. But also, I hope that government and like organization, media, and everybody, we can work together to make to present people with disabilities in the best angle. Not only people with disabilities, but also people with no disabilities. So stop labeling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Putri Aryani. Lastly, in our panel, of course, not the least, we have Pak Neil Himam, Deputy Minister for Creative Economy and Digital Economy. Digital and Creative Product. Pak Neil, perhaps we will be highly appreciative if Pak Neil can share with us the government of Indonesian policy emphasizing on the social inclusion in creative economy. Pak Neil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pak Chandra. But before that, I would like to once again congratulate Putri Aryani for all her achievements. Thank you so much. And you really make us proud, Putri. So I remember exactly what Pak Chandra felt when the first time we saw you in America Got Talents and got that. You know how Simon, right? We know also what Simon's like, and suddenly he pressed the golden buzzer, and we're really proud of you.
Much, Pak. Thank you so much.
And I think this is an example of why we said that in creative economy, inclusivity is actually embedded, Pak Chandra and everyone, because in creative economy, there's actually basically no boundaries. You know, you can do whatever you want. Like Putri, for example, she's not just a singer, but she's also songwriters, composers, right? But she has her own social media, which is we can. I have to give you a label in this sense. You are also a content creator. That's our label as well, right? Singer, songwriter, digital content creator. So that's all a part of the creative economy. So I would like a little bit here now provide you guys with a bit of what the government have in creative economy. Of course, for example, if you can go to next slides, please. I would like to start with not to know is not to love. That's what I was saying, right? So we need to know what the creative economy in Indonesia itself. We already have our, we should call it a constitution. So for the creative economy actors, we already have our own constitution in the form of law number 24 2019, law on creative economy. I think we are a small number, one of the small number of countries, nation that have this law on creative economy. And in it, we define creative economy as added value from intellectual property sourced from human creativity based on three things: cultural heritage, science, and technology. Again, here there is no limitation. This is basically a proof of everything's inclusive in creative economy. But the one that probably separate between creative economy and others is one thing, in the IP itself, the intellectual property. So I need to quote Sir Ken Robinson. He was saying that creativity is imagination in action. Idea realized. That's creativity. If it's still in your head, it's not yet a creativity. It's just your imagination. It's just your dream. But when you realize it, then you have your creativity. So, for example, like Putri, when she have these songs in her head, and then she write it into songs that, you know, like you can sing it and then you can play it in your piano and so on, then she is a creator, right? When she create this digital content, her Instagram, her YouTube, then That's also is a creator. So this is part of the creative economy actors. And we have 17 subsector of creative economy. So again, this is also inclusive, very inclusive. From apps, game development, design, from architecture, interior design, visual communication design or graphic design, product design, fashion, and I think Putri is also one of fashionistas, right? She used very nice clothes when she sang, so she's also part of that sectors as well. Film, animation, video, photography, craft, culinary, music, publishing, advertisement, performing arts, and then television and fine arts and television and radio in terms of content itself. And next, please. Sorry. And this is the number. That's why we also say it's inclusive, because also the number, the contribution of the creative economy sectors to the Indonesian national GDP is quite large. Actually, last year it is 1,400 trillion rupiah, close to 100 billion, at around 90 billion US dollars, and the export number is close to 24 billion US dollar, and the number of worker or human capitals that are dependent on these sectors, close to 25 million people. So again, this is proving that actually in creative economy, opportunity lies ahead, and no matter what, you cannot really define it based on genders, based on your age, or with your whether you are disabled or not disabled with disabilities or no disabilities, as well as a marginalized person. Next. Now, in terms of what we are doing, we are trying. Next, please. Next again. I just need to go to the. Oh, sorry. There is actually one thing we base on the ecosystem of creative economy, which for the first and the foremost is of course the talent itself. So talent development is very important here. And the second thing is it is also related to inclusivity. We have very rich culture in Indonesia. We used to have 1,200 languages. I'm not talking about dialects, I'm talking about languages, 1,200 languages, but now it's around 700. Some people say 780, some people said 718. So, languages. Now, remember when Putri sang last year, Rungkat is Javanese. Songs, Javanese, in Javanese, right? Language, right? And a lot of Javanese speaking people are in Indonesia. Around 80 million understand Javanese, 50 million understand Sundanese. So this is also an asset, cultural asset that we can use. Nowadays, there is a trend in Indonesian movie scene. We are creating movies, very local movies, with local language. I'm sorry. For example, Wang Panai in Sulawesi with Makassar language. It also was a hit. And then I think 5 years ago, there is movie from East Java with a local dialect of Malang dialect. Yo West Band. Yes, about that band. And then in Jogja, a few years ago, there is this short movies that are shown in YouTube. Tile. It's about a bunch of local women. They are getting somewhere on a truck, and they're about gossiping. But that's then there's like 35 million views, and I mean, like, there is something that language can be an asset for us as well. And of course, in that ecosystem, we have products, and the product has to be, because we are talking about creative economy, the product has to be IP-based product, intellectual property-based product. So songs, books, photography, film, movies, apps, games, and so on. And then in terms of the ecosystem, we need financing. We have this government regulation that supposedly, and we are still fighting for this, supposedly to make IP as your collateral for financing. So you can finance through bank using IP or IP if you have a creation. For example, songs could be movies, songs, books, and so on that have values, their IP values, and then they can finance it, refinance it through banks. And then, of course, technology and infrastructure, we need that. And the government, as a government, our biggest role is to have to create policies, policies and regulation on that. So we have a creative economy law, and then digital economy, digital electronic transaction law, and other laws that are pertain to the creative economy itself. And the last one, of course, in this ecosystem, we have market. Now, again, this is also inclusive. No longer that the market have to be a physical market when you do it offline, but now, especially for creative products that are also inclusive in terms that you can consume it online, digitally. For example, like music. I know I just checked, Putri, your song "Loneliness" in Spotify has been listened to 45 million times. Okay, in Spotify. So that's also. Can you imagine if Putri has to perform 45 million times directly? But this is because of the technology, and this is also inclusive. So again, thank you, Pak Chandra. This is how we perceive the government roles in the creative economy ecosystem.
Thank you, Pak Neil. Big round of applause to Pak Neil, please. Distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, now is 11:37. Our session actually should finish at 11:30. Yeah, but I have asked a additional time, additional minutes to invite a round of comments, question, response from participant to the views of the speakers here. Can I have 3 question or comments, please? Anybody? I have 1, 2, only 1, 2, Ibu, and then another one. Okay, from here first. Gentleman with the batik, yes. Please identify yourself. Ini Mas, ini bisa dipakai dulu.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ikhwan Tariko. I'm from Rumah Pengusaha Disabilitas, Disabled Entrepreneur House. I would like to respond to Pak Neil. Right now, we around us is all the digital or technological things that we run every day, we use, and it helps everybody to resolve every single problems like disability with technology and artificial intelligence. We be able to do anything like non-sighted person like me. The first thing that I want to ask that some technology provided by governance is not fully accessible, especially for blind people or non-sighted person. For example, when I was trying the assessment for the free course from the Ministry of Communication and Information, from 20 questions, just two questions that eligible to that accessible for me to answer. And the other 18 question is were using image that can be seen or can be accessed by me. So it technology is helps particularly for disabled people, but the presented or how to present is not accessible. And I would like governance has a standard, accessibility standard, not only for the infrastructure, but also for the content or to how present the material, so it can be accessed for all people, including people with disability, especially for blind person. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Muhammad. I understand the response and question as well, and I will invite Pak Nir to respond to that. The second,
Halo.
okay, ya Ibu,
Oke, Pak.
please Bu, you have the floor.
Saya nggak apa-apa pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, Pak?
Boleh.
Atau campur-campur? Oke.
Boleh.
So, ada dua main concern ataupun pertanyaan. Mungkin pertama, tadi berhubungan dari antar minister dan kemudian ada UNESCO. Tadi kan terlihat, Bu, maksudnya apa yang tadi disampaikan kami juga bisa melihat adanya improvement itu. Nah, mungkin ada pertanyaan challenge-nya. Apakah dia nanti akan turun semakin ke rumput bawah, Pak? Maksudnya pada saat misalnya saya karena kemarin COVID jadi banyak roadmap, terus banyak ke site-site wisata. Namun saya sendiri melihat ada beberapa yang sudah, tapi di akar rumput rasanya belum terlalu terasa gitu. Apakah barang-barang yang dijual itu masih yang menurut saya masih value-nya masih belum ditingkatkan mungkin. Kemudian juga mungkin berbeda ya, yang dua sudah berbeda. Of course Bali dan Jogja have already very different level of misalnya cendera mata dan lain-lain. Tapi kalau di other places saya melihat belum sampai ke akar rumput perubahannya. Mungkin itu yang ditanyakan, apakah sudah ada roadmap?
Maksudnya yang belum sampai ke akar rumput ini apanya nih Bu?
Ininya Pak, misalnya kalau kita ke tempat-tempat wisata, maksudnya cendera mata, the one that itself, it not belum maksudnya belum ada desain khusus atau mungkin belum
We're talking
ditingkatkan.
about the quality of the
Yeah,
products.
and then
There is a discrepancy between places.
yeah, might be. Apakah UNESCO there's already a blueprint to go there, semakin lebih ke bawah atau kementerian. Yang kedua mungkin kalau saya sendiri backgroundnya branding, Pak. Background branding dan saya menangani Iwan Tirta. Jadi di sana saya dari Lestari Dewai Campus Branding. Nah, jadi ada satu hal yang mungkin saya challenge, bagaimana kita untuk men-treat our culture tadi, maksudnya apa saja yang sudah dengan berkembangnya tadi, bagaimana komersial, tapi kita tidak kehilangan jati diri masing-masing. Kalau tadi dari suku-suku, dari something like that, bagaimana sih bisa meningkatkan mereka tetap memiliki pride, respect for their authenticity. So, is there's ada mungkin untuk kita sendiri lokal, how we keep respect our authenticity, dan ketika we go to somewhere ke suku-suku yang lain atau apa, kita bisa we paid the value it is, we can make it a higher value, something like that. We more value of our own culture gitu, with respect and proudness. Mungkin itu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, thank you very much Ibu. Siapa namanya?
Lestari, Pak.
Ibu Lestari, thank you very much Bu Lestari. Then I would like to invite then Budian to respond to that question or comment. Okay, we still have one more comment or respond or question from the audience or participants. Anyone who want to take the opportunity? Okay. Ya, silakan Pak
Selamat siang. Thank you all for your insightful remarks and insightful presentations. Well, my question is on the labeling itself. Aryani mentioned that she would not like to be labeled as a vision impaired person. Tapi on the reality, some of us is marketing some creative products through labeling, right? For example, creative products, for example, produced by disabled persons, something like that. So, sorry. In terms of the best approach for disabled persons, there are a lot of perspective on how labeling itself can be positive and how it can be negative. But what is the best approach in making disabled person more empowered without making them lesser than us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mas Cahya. Thank you very much, Mas Cahya, for the question. And now I would like to invite a response from the speakers. Perhaps the first one from Pak Muhammad, Pak Deputy Nel would like to take the floor. Yeah, please.
Mas Ikhwan, I think I think this is not actually not the questions, but rather than inputs from you. And thank you so much for the inputs. I used to work for the Kominfo a long time ago, and I know actually digital is also has to become inclusive as well. So if they are doing testing or they are doing using ICT for using computers, then they need to cater for everyone, not just visually impaired, but everyone. I think one of the suggestion that I can make here to respond to your inputs is we need to ask Kominfo or whatever it is, if they are doing, for example, for just doing testing, doing the testing centers, that they need to have they need to cater for everyone, not just. For example, it's impossible for visually impaired person to take a look at the pictures. They need to convert it into something else, something probably like more to like an oral audio type of things, right? And then you can answer it to the computers. So thank you so much for the inputs, and I think we need to talk to the government, other government ministries that has this standardization for everything to include all people, not just the what we call no disabilities people, but also with for everyone. And I just also would like to add for the Lestari's questions about, especially for the branding. Of course, I have to say that again, this is super inclusive. Social inclusive is not just about those 4 or 5, but also with the inclusive in terms of our cultures as well, right? We have so many different cultures, and then we need to take into account everything, so that we don't want to make it like one homogeneous types of cultures. I give you the movie's example, and I want to give you another one. Every year since 9 years ago, Ministry of Creative Economy, Tourism Creative Economy used to be bankrupt. We are tasked by the president to create the visual identity for Independence Day celebrations, right? And the last 2 is actually designed by women. The one that won are females. And the reason that I have this is also about inclusivity. Once the design is approved by the president, it can be used by everyone all over Indonesia to use it, to create products or merchandise out of it, to create the backdrop, T-shirts, and everything using that visual image, those logo. So that's, I think, also in terms of how this inclusivity in terms of branding can be done. Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Neil.
Can I give a comment, please?
Okay, sure. I want to especially ask you to respond to the third the third comment from Cahya. Or
But
maybe you want to.
I want to respond this technology and digital accessible because
Okay,
it's very
please,
because
by all means, please.
it's very important and it happens to me too. So in my case, as a visually impaired who can see the graphic, image, and everything in visual, we need to create more ebooks or more text which screen reader can access. So not we don't really need the audio because now we have a screen reader. Yeah, we have a screen reader, but the limitation of screen reader cannot read the graphic, the image, and cannot access the photos. So if government, school, and institution can work together to make an accessible environment, not just physical sector but also in digital sector, I'm sure that we can make an inclusivity for everybody. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you.
Ariani. Thank you. Yeah.
Pak Neil, there's a big task for the government.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Because Pak, the sides of government is not accessible.
The sites of the government.
The website. The
Yes,
website.
yeah, the
I-
website,
I-
yes.
For example, the national assessment in the school. I can't.
That's a good, yeah, okay.
I cannot join the assessment because I can read. So it's in screen reader. The screen reader read as a empty graphic. What is this? I don't know.
Okay.
So yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
a,
the you're referring to the EPTANAS.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Pak,
Eptanas is-
Eptanas is very old, Pak.
Yeah, that is why. I'm old.
No. I mean the national assessment for the last year school for a third grade.
Ujian akhir
Ujian
nasional.
akhir. Apa namanya?
No longer.
Bukan lagi namanya
Ujian akhir.
assessment apa sih?
I have to go back to
Assessment
school.
standar nasional ya?
Don't worry, Ariani, because Pak Chandra is 4 years in Dubai, so he forgot about it.
Yeah. No, because the side of the assessment is very, I don't know, is not accessible anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Arina. Big round of applause. It's a big task for the government. Now, Bu Dian, if you could please respond to Bu Lestari
yeah.
comments. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Lestari. It's actually very right on point, and I would like, because the presentation that I gave was very briefly, I would like to also inform you that the program that we applied is actually need-based and very grassroots. So in UNESCO for the community development, we will work based on the needs in the community. So we will do assessments and also see what are their current needs. So this could be different and varied from Bali, Lombok, Kota Tua, or Jogja. Jogja also has differences with Central Java also. Like in Central Java, we also have differences of needs between batik makers in Klaten and batik makers in Borobudur. So actually, in this type of community development program, product development is actually quite a long process. I think our colleagues in UNIDO also experienced that. I went to UNIDO office last month and we exchanged our experience about assisting weavers and also crafters in Lombok. So even though, let's say, we target 100 weavers in Lombok, in say 2 districts and 10 villages, the skills are vary. So when we provide business development training and product development training, not all of them will come out with the best result. So in that way, there is also process in the program to do like selecting champions
and providing more advanced training to them. So that's what we do in UNESCO, and actually we are quite happy. Last month we also had collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy under the Department of SDM Ekraf, Ibu, Human Resource Department. So we had collaboration where UNESCO is actually identifying 100 weavers from 3 districts in Lombok, also those who are living remote from the area and didn't have access for training and capacities. And the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy provide technical training and also pre-certification workshop. So I also echoed what Putri said, that this is a lot of work, so we should do together and we should improve collaboration. So we hope that by doing that we can enhance more creative economy in Indonesia. That's
Thank you, Budian. Applause please for Budian. And then Pak Marco and Putri. Both of you, I would like to have respond to what Cahya's comments or question, especially on the issue of labeling. Who want to take the floor first? Pak Marco. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Chandra. One of the things that Ibu Putri mentioned Stevie Wonder. No, Stevie Wonder. When we buy a song by Stevie Wonder, we don't buy a song because he has a disability.
Exactly.
We buy a song because he is a very good singer. And so the first condition, and this is with UNESCO, we also see, is that the first condition to be successful in the creative economy is to produce the best possible product. And then the product comes attached with a number of things. But this is the main challenge. No? And as I said, this is from the experience of the different projects we have implemented all over the world, is that creativity is not spontaneous. Creativity is an aha moment, but the aha moment is preceded by preparation, training, skills. So that's something, this is something I want to emphasize, that this is a long journey and it requires a lot of efforts. So the UN system is here to support this journey with the Indonesian people and with the public sector in order to make this successful.
Thank you, Marco. Putri, want to add something on the issue?
Yes. We talk about labeling, right? So when we talk about industry, we don't need to mention that we have disabilities. It became a different if we talk about education, like I said before, because we need adjustment. So we have to honest that we have disabilities. We don't denial that we have disabilities, but when we said about inclusivity, when we talk about industry, because in fact, in industry, there will be no barriers between disability or not disability. When there is no barriers in this industry, it has a future for everyone. And in my opinion, there is no boundaries in this industry. You can have market in worldwide. For example, there is a digital streaming platform such as YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, and anything else as a platform to be displayed for our creation. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Putri. Well, it's a very interesting discussion, very inspiring for me, and I believe the Netherlands will take a lot of notes on our discussion on the ideas, respond, comment, and everything. But unfortunately, we are limited by time here. We cannot go for another round. Please, apologies for that. Let me conclude this session by inviting all the participants to give a big round of applause to all of our speakers here. Thank you very much on behalf of the committee, I would like to express our gratitude for all the opinions, all the views, all the comments that you have shared with us. Again, big applause for the speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to invite Ibu Deputy Minister, Ibu Dia, to give a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. All right, we'll have a group photo with our panelists. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, one more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our sessions, we will have a break for you to enjoy. We will have a break for you to enjoy lunch and network with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. We will have a 2 minutes break. If you want to go to the restroom or freshen up a bit, you're very welcome. Yeah.
Ku tanggalkan dini hari, jenuh awan nan kelabu, berakhir di ujung hujan, dan pelukan terjaga, tersentuh benih harapan, kembali bersinar cakrawala kehidupan ini. Terasa angin pagi menambah hangatku, berkawan alam. Kini telah ku jumpa air sejuk melepas haus bagai. jumpa air sejuk pelepas haus Mengapa hatiku ingin melagu rindu, hamba sudah cipta, hilang pula harapan. Malam tiada berkurma, malam telah membisu. Namun malam ini di malam sunyi menimbulkan kenangan. Hatiku ingin melakukan senandung berulang-ulang. Kau hanya kenangan terlolongkan hamba. Mengapa hatiku ingin melagu rindu, karena sentiasa.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our next session, we will have a break for you to enjoy lunch and network with each other. And we will see you here at 12:45. See you then, and thank you.
Hatiku ingin menyanyikan senandung merdu lagu lama. Kau hanya kenangan, kenangan yang hampa. Mengapa hatiku surya tenggelam di telan kabut kelam, senja nan muram di hati remuk redam. Jalan berliku dalam keindahan pujaan menempuh cobaan surya tenggelam.
Putih putih melati mekar di taman sari semerbak wangi penjuru bumi seri-seri melati bersemi anggun asri ku cipta dalam gubahan seni tajuk bak permata siratan bintang kejora kan ku persembahkan bagimu pandangan rasa putihnya pesona rama-rama neka warna kan ku persembahkan bagi pandu Indonesia suci-suci melati suntinganmu pertiwi lambang leluhur budi pekerti putihnya pesona rama-rama neka warna kan ku persembahkan bagi pandu Indonesia. Lambang luhur budi pekerti, hati, hati, manusia dilanda cinta sejalan dalam nada suara dalam rasa dua anak manusia dilanda cinta menangis dan tertawa selalu
embun tak bermata menghias bersada, gemilaunya semarakkan jiwa, menghibur hati nan luka. Kekasihku
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan hikoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya. Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan migoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya. Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya. Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, menyenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memental dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggum kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, asik lapet dan mie goma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our session shortly. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you.
Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan migoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session
produk lokal
will
dengan
begin
kualitas
soon. Please kindly take your seats if you haven't. Thank you.
Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan mie goma, kain ulos juga korga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya. Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa.
Kami yang muda tak pernah berhenti berkarya. Bikin produk lokal dengan kualitas dunia. Ciptain banyak kuliner yang punya sejuta rasa. Gak perlu kemana-mana. Inspirasi ada dari panorama di setiap sudut kota. Saatnya bangga buatan Indonesia. Karena ini karya asli kita semua.
Di balik sebuah pakaian yang otentik, ada banyak sentuhan dan perjalanan yang mengukuhkan keanggunannya. Jika kita melihat mundur ke belakang, ada tangan yang menyempurnakan tampilan akhirnya, memastikan setiap detail sesuai dengan rencana dan pemikiran, diwarnai dengan perlahan dan penuh kesabaran, memadukan kecantikan alam, menyatukan potongan demi potongan, mengenang dengan hangatnya kebersamaan, memintal dengan penuh keyakinan. Bersama alam, mereka menemukan kejujuran, sebuah nilai yang tak akan lekang oleh zaman. Inilah harga dari sehelai kain anggun kebijaksanaan lokal. Sebuah proses yang 100% Indonesia.
Sumatera Utara sangat kaya, ragam busana juga kria, kulinernya istimewa. Ingat juga Danau Toba, arsik lapet dan migoma, kain ulos juga gorga. Ayo beli produk negeri, kalau kau beli, kaulah pejuang negeri. Mari cintai kreasi dalam negeri. Marilah mari membangun ekonomi. Horas!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoy your lunch and are ready for our next session. In the second session, we will focus on preparing a skilled workforce in the creative economy. This session will be moderated by Mr. Andardanova Gultom, Head of Human Resources Development of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And four panelists that will be joining us today are Mr. Indra Gunawan, expert staff of the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Ms. Simran Singh, Director from ILO Office for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Mr. Samar Shah, Country Director for Indonesia and Southeast Asia from British Council. And Dr. Dwinita Larasati, Executive Committee from Indonesia Creative City Network. Please join me to please give big round of applause to welcome our moderator and panelists. Thank you. Once again, please give a big round of applause as we welcome our moderator and panelists into the stage.
Our lovely deputy, Mrs. Martina Muhammad Paham, well known as Ibu Diah Paham, and distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Thank you for you all of joining us. I hope you are all doing well today. My name is Andanova El Gultom. Now I'm look after for Human Resources, Head of Human Resources Center, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And I'm honored to serve as your moderator for this exciting and crucial segment of our workshop. The panel discussion titled Leaving No One Behind, Preparing a Skilled Workforce in the Creative Economy. We are honored to have a distinguished guest panel of experts with us for this second session. Please welcome Mrs. Simran Singh, Director at the ILO Office for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Her expertise in labor and employment issues will be invaluable in addressing workforce development. And second, Mr. Samar Shah, Country Director for Indonesia and Southeast Asia at the British Council, who focus on cultural and educational exchange, which are critical for workforce preparation in the creative industries. Third, we have Mr. Indra Gunawan, expert staff of the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection. And last but not least, we have Ms. Dwinita Larasati as Executive Committee Indonesia Creative Cities Network. Here, what we aim to achieve today: first, explore strategies for developing a skill and inclusive workforce in the creative economy. Second, identify and address skill gaps, especially for marginalized groups. And third, discuss innovate education and training approach to meet the needs of a diverse workforce. Well, organize our session into three parts over the next 2 hours. Presentation, 30 minutes. Each panelist will be deliver a 5 minutes presentation related to the topic. And discussion, we have 60 minutes. After the presentation, we have an open discussion. This will be a chance for participants to engage with the panelists, share the thoughts, and ask the question. And Q&A, and we're up 30 minutes. We'll conclude with a Q&A session where we'll address any final question and summarize the key point from our discussion. So let's start with panel presentation session. First, I would like to invite Mrs. Simran Singh.
Terima kasih. Ibu Dian, lovely to see you again. So thank you, and I'm delighted to be here at this very important panel, but also very important session as ILO. You've in the audience heard ILO referred to a few times, especially when Ibu Dina in the beginning talked about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And also when the minister spoke a bit, he didn't mention ILO, but he did talk about the potential for job creation. So a lot of the emphasis when we look at skills and inclusion and the creative economy has been talked about so far this morning about its potential for job creation. I mean, and it seems like the statistics we heard were quite something. Almost 50% of all the jobs that are being created around the world in the creative economy are being created in Indonesia. I was surprised. And that's when we don't even have the right data, when we're only looking at 3 sectors of the 17 creative economy subsectors. So it is mind-blowing. The opportunity of this is really, really phenomenal. But I'm not here going to talk to you about how many more jobs that can be created and for everyone else. I'm going to focus really on what's really important for Indonesia and all of Indonesia's women, men, people with disabilities, people from different regional areas, you name it. All Indonesian people, how they can maximize this to live a life of decent work, of dignity, and how they can live a life where they thrive, not just themselves, their communities, and it's a win-win situation. So not focusing just on profit, not just talking about GDP figures, not just talking about financing, but I'm going to talk to you a bit about how important it is for Indonesia to pursue its skills agenda on the creative economy from a truly human-centered approach. Human-centered, please remember this. And if you can remember Putri Aryani from the last session, I'm sure you all felt how human-centered her intervention was. There was energy. That human energy is what's so critical. We can talk about any kind of skills, TVET institutions, core competency standards, blah, blah, blah. I think they're very important. I'm not trying to dismiss them. But that human-centered element of skills, that energy, that connection that your brand or your enterprise or your product or your service or whatever it might be in the creative economy, without that human-centered and human connection, it's very difficult. So this really goes back to the core basics of what we call core skills, life skills, soft skills, you name it. And that's not something that can be taught in a rigorous academic program. But what can happen in terms of human beings, especially the artistic community, is one, how can their environment be facilitated so that they can thrive and that can actually showcase that human connection, right? What is it that can happen in terms of facilitation? But how also can this be regulated and at least protected so they don't end up getting exploited? It's a very fine line for people venturing in creative pursuits, irrespective of which kind of creative pursuits. I think, just to go back on the hard side, one thing that the ILO has found across the world, no matter where you are, low income, high income, any kind of country, is that today and for the future, foreseeable future, digital and language skills are the key. Because there's the only ways to communicate across humanity, the digital and language. So I'm not going to say English language, this and that, although English language is very important. But digital and language skills are very important. The other thing is instilling sort of an entrepreneurship mindset so that you are a risk taker. You know how to seize opportunities and all of that. Those are just broad skill sets that are very important to instill. And if you can be an artist, you can also be an entrepreneur. You see, she's a songwriter, she's a, does all the things, other things that just don't limit her to coming on stage and singing a song that someone else has written. So there's a lot of elements of entrepreneurship that even the artistic community can also follow. I want to emphasize something that's really important that was mentioned as a threat here as well. Because for you to strive with the skills, the soft skills needed, you need an environment where you're not going to be too vulnerable. You'd be okay to take a risk, right? And that's the issue of intellectual property, when it especially comes to the artistic, the design, cultural heritage. IP is very important. But I think also alongside that, and this is something that has not been talked about, is how important it is for artists and those working in the creative economy to have a platform that they can negotiate for their rights and better working conditions. I mean, okay, we all heard about Scarlett Johansson, right? And AI and how they stole her voice and she fought up, and, you know, you hear about Hollywood stars coming together, they negotiated. Very important. There has to be a platform. As far as I know, there really isn't one real platform here in Indonesia yet. But this is something that can be well and should be encouraged, because where I've seen things thrive in the creative sector is when you have these collectives of designers, collectives of artists, collectives of musicians, collectives of actors. That collectivization or organizing is very important for them to have a unified voice so that they can negotiate better and don't end up getting exploited by digital technologies that are moving way faster than any government can regulate. Way faster. It's those that are at the forefront that can negotiate. So I think that's really an important point I want to drive home, that apart from skills, having a platform so that they can collectivize, they can organize, they can negotiate, they can have that dialogue is super, super important. And this is especially for those working also in the platform sector. The platform economy has created a lot of job opportunities, but have they been decent? We don't know. Always. And I must say, and I must congratulate actually Indonesia as ahead of the curve globally in coming up with a regulation on platform economy for transportation sector workers, ahead of even an ILO standard on platform workers. So I really would encourage that type of work from countries and here in Indonesia to see how the government can play a role on regulating that environment so people's rights don't get exploited and you actually are able to thrive. So I'm going to just make one more comment before I conclude on two things. I heard also this morning a lot about how important access to finance is. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think there are wonderful government programs. The Financial Services Authority, OJK, has OJAKA, how you pronounce it, have a lot of things trying to promote SMEs and perhaps also in the creative sector. But the issue always, when it looks at women, when you look at micro, small, medium enterprises, whether they're operating in the creative economy or somewhere else, the biggest problem is not so much the access to finance. It's the hand-holding. It's the business development services. It's the access to markets. It's that facilitation. So I think that's where also not just investing in subjects, you know, these people in the creative economy to be trained and skilled, but what is the ecosystem around it that allows them to thrive and have a life of dignity, as I start, that human life, right? And there's two roles here that I want to finish by saying. The government, often we see people saying government should do this, government should do that. Government should do things, yes, of course. And they have a very important role to play, to regulate, to facilitate, to set up platforms for that type of dialogue, to help foster access to markets, whatever. They can do all of that. But I want to say that here the private sector, and by private sector I'm including artists, designers, fashion gurus, whatever, book writers, literature, you name it, any of your 16 or 17 subsectors of the creative economy. I'm talking about those individuals that can actually really facilitate that issue that came up in even Dina's presentation, that one of networking and mentorship, because that's the only way it works. Those of us that have had the privilege of being in Ivy League schools or some of these other areas, those are or high-end schools, you know, those are platforms to network. But that's a place of privilege. For most women and men, especially those in different remote areas, that access is not automatic. And that's where it's really important to create a culture and to foster that spirit of mentorship and facilitate that networking. And the government can't do that because they don't know the markets as well. That's where the private sector, the actual designers, the actual entrepreneurs that are out there that have been through it all know. And they also know what kind of skills are needed. And they're the ones that actually will teach you the skill better than anyone else. You've all seen The Devil Wears Prada, right? That famous movie. Who's the mentor there? How did that work? She could have gone to any design school, gone to anywhere else and not aced it. But because she was under that mentorship, even though it was a difficult one, she throve. So basically, long story short, let's look a little outside the box. Let's not depend on just coming up with competency skills standards and traditional TVET institutions to deliver them. When it comes to the creative economy, we've got to be super agile. We've got to be able to communicate digitally as well as in terms of English or whatever language that resonates with the human beings. You need mentorship and you need serious facilitation services from the government and regulation so that you are protected as someone that can take risks and you're not sitting there getting exploited. So thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Simrin Singh, for the insightful presentation. So next, we'll hear from Mr. Samarsia as a country director for Indonesia and Southeast Asia at the British Council. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's working. Hello? Oh, maybe not. Okay, this is working. Thank you very much. So I thought I will take a few minutes actually just to build on what Simring has framed very nicely, what are the interventions needed to support the development of the ecosystem, especially in the creative economy sector, and give you some examples of what we have been doing at the British Council to work with Indonesia in this important sector. I've got a few slides to help me and then to give you some. Is it up yet? No, it's not. Okay, maybe while we're waiting for it to come up, can I just ask, has everybody heard of the British Council? Raise, yeah? Excellent, thank you. Sometimes I go to events and then I say British Council, people are, okay, can I take IELTS with you? Yes, that's one of the many things we do. But we are the UK's international organization for cultural relations and educational opportunities. Our mission is to build connections, understanding and trust between people in the UK and people worldwide, including people here in Indonesia. 3 areas that really we focus on: education, arts and culture, English language. And I think many of them are referenced by Simring in, what is needed actually. And I just want to say arts and creative economy are at the heart of the British Council of what we do, because we see the transformative power of arts and culture and creative economy to bring people together, to create jobs, to build that trust, to build that understanding between each other, and also to come up with solutions, co-create ideas that would respond to the challenges we face together in today's world, such as climate change, such as inclusion. So if we could move to the next slide. Yeah, so this slide really highlights, what I've already said, and how we do it. We really focus on mutually beneficial, mutually respectful partnerships, where we bring partners together from the UK, from Indonesia, share expertise and experience with each other, learn from each other, and co-create and co-deliver solutions that will be relevant and practical for the context we work in. So it's absolutely equal partnership we approach at it. We really value the input from both parties in this partnership. And exactly how we do it, again, I think that's Simrin framed quite nicely. We need to look at the whole ecosystem at the policies level, where governments can do things, at the institutional level, where the practitioners, like many of you sitting here, the artists, yourself, cultural organizations, what can you do? And then, of course, the individuals, how do we really benefit to work directly with individuals. So let me give you an example at each level to show you how we have learned from the programs as an intervention. So the first example, next slide please, is a new program that we launched this year with the help from Minister Sandy and the Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism here. It's actually an ASEAN program. It's called ASEAN UK Advancing Creative Economy. Essentially, this is a program I think Ibu Dina referenced to in her presentation earlier as well. So this is a capacity building program, really looking at the policies level, how we can work with governments across ASEAN, connect the dots, share that learning and development objectives, and then look at capacity building for policymakers in particular. So it is an evidence-driven program, because we are conducting a number of researches, so includes the mapping of festivals across ASEAN, the pulse survey of creative economy by each ASEAN member state, plus Timor-Leste, because we want to support Timor's accession to ASEAN as well, and also capacity building. So that includes learning programs for creative economy policymakers, visits to the UK and vice versa, and also for intra-ASEAN connectivity. So the creative economy practitioners and organizations coming together to look at the common challenges and share that learning with each other. So we were delighted to launch this program with a roundtable in March, hosted by Indonesia, with Minister Sandy, as you see in the picture, to launch it. And the vibe and synergy we got from that room, and particularly energy, as Simran highlighted, is so inspiring that people wanted to come together, because lots of the ASEAN countries actually share common challenges. There may be at different stages of development in the creative economy, but actually because of the similarities in the heritage, in the culture, there is a lot that can be done together. And the UK, as the newest dialogue partner for ASEAN, want to share that experience and expertise from the UK and then support ASEAN in this important endeavor. So that's the first program I want to give as an example at the policies level. The next slide will give you the example from a practitioner's level at the institutional level. So this is another flagship program from the British Council called Connections Through Cultures, CTC. So it's really about how do we bring artists, practitioners, and arts and cultural organizations together between Indonesia and the UK and other countries in the world, so that they can, again, co-design and co-deliver projects that will create more connections that will sustain and then be further developed. So in this regard, we are really happy to take a grassroots approach. I think that was highlighted by one speaker earlier today. In addition to what we're doing with the government, can we really listen to the sector and work with the sector and tap into the rich talents that the sector brings, and really provide a platform and seed funding for the collaboration to plant that seed, and hopefully it will grow into a big tree and bear fruits. And we have seen the fruits out of this. So over since we introduced this program in 2019, there are 50 partnerships that have already been supported. I'll give you two examples. The picture you're seeing, do you know who they are? Speaking of musicians, this is another group of musicians you should be very proud of from Indonesia. So this is VOB, Voice of Bachaprat. Have you heard of them? Very cool. And so we work with them, metal, so maybe not everybody's cup of tea, but they're very cool in my view. And we worked with them back in 2022, brought them together with Women of the World Foundation in the UK, and enabled them to do a residency, digital residency in the UK, and then perform at the Women of the World Festival in the UK. Fast forward 2 years, this year, they just performed as the first Indonesian group at the world famous music festival Glastonbury in the UK. So yes, a round of applause for that. It is very special and made us really proud at the British Council that such Indonesian talents could perform at a world stage like that, and to be appreciated and recognized by others in the UK and worldwide. Second example is an organization called JDA. Has any of you heard of it? Georgia Disability Arts. So this was set up by Bhutan. Some of you may know him. His full name is Sukri Budi Dharma. So we took Bhutan under, again, residency to the UK to work with Dada Fest from Liverpool in the UK. And he was so inspired from what he learned in the UK. He came back and set up Georgia Disability Arts in 2019 so that he could champion through this organization the talents of disabled artists in Indonesia. So far, JDA has launched the Georgia International Disability Arts Biennial in 2021 and 2023. The current project, also supported by the British Council CTC program, is called PRISM. This is an R&D collaboration with Dada Fest in Liverpool, again, to understand the spectrum of meaning in disability arts collaboration so that they could uncover the challenges, barriers, and best practices in the field and provide guidelines and activity modules for disability arts collaboration between UK and Indonesia. I'm pleased to say that this first phase of their current projects is currently shown at Wana Wana in Kemang at Dialogue Space. So it's there until 13th of October. I encourage all of you to go and experience it. It will make you think and inspire you to do more in this space. So next slide, please. So the final example I will give is how do we work with individuals? So this is a program called Skills for Inclusive Digital Participation. It was born out of COVID and really looking at how we can improve the digital literacy for community members of marginalized groups. So earlier today, Bat Sandy brought the good news that, okay, the Africa conference will go ahead, and despite the concern about Mpox, so this is responding during the COVID. Lots of us had to use our smartphone or computer to register electronically to check in, but that is sometimes taken for granted. Not everybody has a smartphone. Not everybody knows how to operate a smartphone or a laptop or a computer. So this is really looking at marginalized communities such as women in rural areas, young people from poorer socioeconomic background, disabled people. Do they have the basic digital skills so that they can engage safely and comfortably online and tap into all the provisions in the digital space? So far we have really targeted the eastern parts of Indonesia, so the provinces and cities there, with 150 master trainers developed and over 4,000 people trained on how to use their digital skills to not only engage safely in the online space, but also think about how they can find a better job and how they can support the other community members in their area. So I hope that gives you an idea of the different interventions we've had at the policy, institutional, and also individual level. Finally, just to say, we need to measure this, right? And if you think about the topic we are at today, social inclusion, and especially given this is driven by the UN, I think we should talk about the SDGs and how we're responding to climate change. So next slide, please. So that is why we have taken an initiative in 2020 to launch a report called Missing Pillar. So this is really to look at how we can make sure cultural programs are responding to the SDGs. And it came up with 9 recommendations, which you can see on the right-hand side. And on the left really gives you a summary what we have identified. So there is limited progress. Even though the language of SDGs is very common, there's not enough real interventions to really shape how we are responding to SDGs from our cultural programs. And also the lack of community engagement. I think this is something that's been mentioned by other speakers as well. How do we take, as Simran said, a people-centered approach so that we don't create strategies or policies that are not relevant to people or has not had the input from the communities. And finally, what are the other gaps, such as digital engagement, such as specific SDG targets? So following these recommendations, after 3 years later, we thought, okay, let's take a pause and measure whether our own programs have actually aligned with the SDGs. So we conducted another research called Missing Foundation, and take the example of 10 British Council programs and really assess them thoroughly to see if they have followed the recommendations to respond to the SDGs that we want to. And next slide, please. So what we found through that assessment is a SWOT analysis on some of the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities. So I'll just highlight one or two, and then you can read the slides afterwards. The strength is that there is a good attempt to respond to SDGs from every program. And there is also a mail strategy in place on how to do that. And actually covered a wide range of SDGs, 13 out of 17. However, the weakness is that sometimes these connections are superficial. It's not strategic. It lacked deeper interpretation of the SDGs. And the approach is very varied as well. So because of the difference in understanding, because of the lack of regular data and effective monitoring system, and also specifically number 13 SDG on climate action was not addressed directly by most of the programs. Next slide, please. So that brings us to think about what are the opportunities. Well, the SDGs are well established. Most people know about it, but actually responding to it is politically smart to gain more visibility, more resources, and more partnerships. So, there is some indicator of frameworks that have started to link cultural outcomes to the SDGs, such as the UNESCO's Culture 2030 indicators. And also there is start of development of a more robust and tiered evaluation and monitoring framework. However, we need to also recognize the SDG framework does not always include key cultural aspects. So, and also it's, the indicators of SDGs are often at national level, which has made some of the smaller cultural programs difficult to make sense of its own contribution towards them. And also, the over-reporting or under-reporting of culture's contribution to its SDGs could also have unforeseen circumstances and consequences. So finally, the last slide, I think. Next slide, please. So what is missing from this report, the missing foundation? 3 things we highlighted as part of the examination. One is, the lack of robust evidence and frameworks. We need to have stronger ones and targeted SDG measures. The second one is that, currently it's all framed towards 2030, the development goals by then. What about the post-2030 era and post-2030 agenda? As we're developing the future development goals, can we make sure that culture's role is recognized and culture is embedded in the development and delivery of development goals? And the third one, the need for interdisciplinarity. So how can we bring in diverse disciplines and methodologies to help unpack the very complex interdependencies between culture and development? And I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samarsia. Next to Mr. Indra Gunawan, expert staff of the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, please.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting that heard from the previous speaker. There is a lot of insight for us. Thank you, Bu Deputy, that already invited us. Apologies, our minister could not come in this afternoon. But of course, from a point of view of our ministry, Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, we, as a ministry of coordination, we are not direct executed. So
of course, we have a lot of coordinate and make a networking with other ministry to especially to integrating gender issues into the policy program and also the activities. So of course we have like a foundation, for example, we have like a gender mainstreaming president decree as one of the foundation, and we also put on the national midterm planning. So 5 years planning, like for 2019-2024, gender mainstreaming is a part of foundation of the development program. So basically, our ministry try to encourage all of the ministry, all of the our stakeholders into the local province, into the district, to integrating gender issues into their policy program and activities. So based on that, of course, we work closely together with the Minister of Tourism, Ministry of Planning, and also another ministry. And if we look how do we know the gender issues or gender gap in the one policy program. Of course, we start from the data. I try to look from the BPS, one of the statistical agency in Indonesia, and maybe I'm wrong but there is a survey in 2015-2016 on the economic creative in Indonesia, and in this survey, I think there is a lot of disaggregating data. So between men and men, how in the workplace and something like that. So from that, I think we can see that there is a lot of the gap between men and women in the creative economy. So based on that, we can create, and we can say that if we talk about the economy, mostly women in Indonesia is on the their business are in the micro or small level, mostly, and almost more than 60%. I think in 60% is doing by women. So this is, I think, we can improve with the creative economy to improve their to leverage their product, their marketing, if they have the additional value. So I believe that with the Minister of Tourism, especially how to improve the economy creativity, it's part of to improve the women quality of life. Because if we consider with this group, including also the our friend from disability group, I think it's part of to improve the quality of life of our nation. So basically, I think in our office, of course, our minister also very concerned about the group of the vulnerable people, especially women in the head of family, and then women as doing the small or micro finance. And I think this is our task also, how to improve this quality of women life in the with the economic creativity. So for the example, we also have like coordination with one of the like PNM, because they also have give the capital for the small or very micro, to give the capital for them, and they start the business, doing the business. So they can, especially because mostly it's women, and right now almost 15 million there. They give the capital for this group, and of course, hopefully they can move to another step with the additional creativity or something like that. I think it is one of part that we can collaborate with Minister of Tourism. And last week we just came from the meeting in ASEAN that one of our embassy in Laos, yeah, they already have like etalase, or what do you call to promote, yeah, to promote the product of from Indonesia. And our ministry just proposed that one of the promotion is we can collect from the PNM that we can promote to them. So this, I think, is part of how do we mainstream, how do we make collaboration networking with others. And another thing that we also concerned that, for example, like children with the disability, I think this Ministry of Information, they have also have improved the digital, give the digital training from the disability, and I also have like accompanied them to one of the competition in Asia, yeah, sponsored by Korea, of course. And I think this is a part of to improve the how to give the access, give the how to they participate on the digitalization. And this is one of part that we, of course, as a Ministry of Coordination, we do a lot of coordination with other ministry, line ministry, and of course with other stakeholder, and including private sector. We have also a lot of collaboration with, especially in the private sector, that also help the productivity of women, especially for the small and medium enterprises. I think that's all for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Indra. Please give applause to Pak Indra Gunawan. And last but not least, Ms. Dwinta Larasati as the Executive Committee Indonesia Creative Cities Network. Please.
Thank you. May I stand up to deliver my?
Yes, please. Of course.
Lunch is making me.
Yes,
late.
please.
Excuse me. Can I have my slides up, please? Thank you. So yeah, it's thank you for inviting me here. My name is Tita. As you can see, I'm from different background. I'm a product designer, I'm a teacher, I'm a researcher, but I'm also a lot with the community working together from different islands in Indonesia. And I'm also a member of Global Creative Economy Council, research fellow at Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Center, which makes it impossible for me to talk without data or without any basic that I can be responsible of. So next slide, please. If you can see this map of Indonesia and these numbers, you can see that Indonesia is really rich and abundant of diversity, which is it is also show that we are rich in languages, resources, and so on. But this also poses basic challenges, which is equal distribution and logistics. So it's not easy for us to distribute equal services and products, including basic services like education, health, and so on, outside Java. So the farther you go from Java, the less you can find resources. But this numbers also shows that technology like digitals and so on, they already reach the most remote area, while other infrastructure is not there yet. So imagine if you have a 21st century device in your hand, but in your head you're still busy with these tribe wars and so on. So it's not really nice, and that makes us prone to hoax and fake news and so on and so on. So we're easily intrigued, and that's not good. But then also, as you can see in the title, from extracting to intersecting. So young people in Indonesia, they realize that they can no longer rely on the economy that always just digging minerals or cutting trees and so on. They start moving to the intelligent-based, creativity-based economy. So that's why we have this endless resource that makes us dig our own creativity, and we start having this information about IP and so on. And somehow this form communities of youth or of people with same interests, but mostly in the creativity sector in different cities in Indonesia. That's not only the big cities, but also people in remote islands and so on. And then we found each other and we formed our network. And quickly, next slide, please. So because we have a lot of members at Indonesia Creative Cities Network, we started with only a bit like 20 cities and regencies in 2015. And now we're 260 cities and regencies from 38 provinces in Indonesia. So how do we connect? So this is our basic framework. So we hope this can give a guideline for our friends who are not only in the urban area, but also in remote areas, in rural areas, in the mountains, at the coastal somewhere and so on. So all members of our Creative Cities Network, we agree that creative economy is an ecosystem. It's not about trading products and services, but it's all about creator capacity building, having this product made and then delivered to a healthy market. And then there should be always an R&D, and it got turned and turned again. And we all agree that all members of ICCN agree that about these 10 principles of Indonesia Creative Cities. So creative cities are cities that that practice compassion and that appreciate diversities and so on. The keywords are there. And then we also give them a kind of, if they ask, so how do we implement those 10 principles? Then we have these 11 ways to implement them. And that can differ from one place to another. That depends on how your conditions are, how your potentials are. And then also we give these hexahelix stakeholders so they can identify who can work with them for certain programs within these steps: connect, collaborate, and then commerce or celebrate. Next, please. This is just a bit of history that we were first established. So in the first years, we were busy with the legal body, notary letters, and so on and so on, because we need that in order to be able to work together with other party, so we can gain trust and so on. And we also want to learn how to make a proper organization. Next, please. Oh, you can see them yourself here. That next, please. This is just a timeline quickly. So we've been involved also. So we try to meet each other at the national level twice every year, and we move from one place to another. And in between, we keep adjusting and sharpening our vision and mission and so on, according to the era. So we also try to be relevant by also contributing to global level policy recommendations, because then we gave, because we have real cases in different parts of Indonesia that we can learn as to give us guideline or to give us input about what to do next. Next, please. And we also involved in some research and writing also about Indonesia as a cultural city and so on. And we also invite prominent people to also give us inputs and so on. So we try as much as possible to be equal for our friends who are far apart. So it's not easy for us to have a meeting because of course we can use online meeting like Zoom, but then people in areas, they can say, oh, we have no signals. Oh, sorry, this is flooding right now. Oh, sorry, we just had an earthquake or something. So it's really, so we can feel that we are one Indonesia, but people can have really different experience. So that's also our challenge. But at least we managed to publish a white paper on what is creative city, and we also built our creative city index. That is in order to map your creativity within your city, which part or which element of the ecosystem you are best at. So some city is really good in R&D, some city is really good in having natural resources, and then you can connect them. Some cities are best for selling, for example, then you also connect them for the market, and so on. So that has been our attempt. Next, please. So this is the latest, because organizational term in ICCN is every 3 years. So we currently have this keyword until the next year, and then after that depends on the new chairman, of course. But this year we're having this keyword. So community power, community tangguh, which is next, please. You can see it from the. This is handwriting. So we have 7 strategic programs, and as you can see, we always have this based on the ecosystem. So in human resource capacity building, we have classes, and then we have local products, and so on and so on. Next. Just give you these two examples of how we work together. This is with the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, while having this Pekan Kebudayaan Nasional. So we have this group workshop called on culture, city branding and placemaking. So we invite all our members from 38 provinces to have workshops in these three places. And as the result, we have the curriculum, modules, we have city branding books, examples and so on. Next. And through these activities, we also map the stakeholders in each cities and regions. Next, please. Here, so we end up with 37 programs in 37 provinces. Then the Papua Pegunungan is still new, so they have no delegates, but at least they have this concept that they will work together with their own local government to continue with how creative economy can be implemented at the local level. Next, please. And this is just the result. We have an exhibition at the National Gallery, so we also give input for the Congress, the Cultural Congress in 2023. This is to say what we need as Indonesia with so much diversity and what we need as communities. Next, please. This is the last slide. This is how we work currently with the Ministry of Cooperatives and SME, and also with SMESCO. So they have this Integrated Business Service Center, PLUT. But then we now, because those buildings are just buildings, sometimes they are idle or they are not functioning as they're supposed to. So we try to connect them with the closest communities there, and we try to map the most potential in creative economy, not only creative economy, but also local potentials. And then we do activities according to their conditions. So we hope to have these centrals as a productive center for this creative community as well. I think this is my slide. So let's see the next one. So that's all I say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larasati. Okay, now we will move into the interactive portion of our panel discussion. This segment will be last for around 15 minutes. Is okay for you? 15 minutes?
I have a call too.
Oh, you have a call. Okay. Okay. Before go to the audience, I have one question for you. Okay. Can you share example of successful mentorship of peer learning program that have enhanced skills among this group in creative fields?
Can I share a concrete example of peer learning programs that have actually had consequences?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, maybe not from Indonesia, if it's okay. I've only been here 6 months, but I was in Sri Lanka, which is another island state, much smaller than Indonesia, and has similar cultural assets in many ways, and has a similar landscape with MSMEs and women and mentorship opportunities. So I think there, I wanted to share something. If those of you know, it was going through and it continues to go through a very difficult and turbulent economic financial crisis, which meant that people with jobs, even those that were not in the creative economy, were losing jobs because they didn't have access to inputs to produce their goods, much less create the kind of jobs needed. And there, what ILO did a sort of look at the market to see where actually jobs could be created, where people of all forms, especially women and those that were particularly vulnerable, even more so given the crisis, would be able to find useful employment while creating a brand and marketing. And believe it or not, it was in the batik industry. So coming back to Indonesia a little bit. And I would love actually to have an exchange with the Sri Lanka batik with Indonesian, because you have advanced creative technologies, not just on design, but the inputs that you're using that are sustainable, that are green, that could really benefit from anyways, that's a side. But during this very difficult time, we were able to identify certain women that were already designing and had already seized the digital platforms. They were using Instagram to be able to market and using Pinterest to get the designs for different outfits. And what they found is even in the worst possible times of economic crisis, when people didn't have cash flow, they didn't have inputs, there were certain industries that they could still create and that were still being bought through these different platforms, but also because it included the kind of creativity. So when we started working with one of them, there was 16 employees, makeshift shaft where they were dyeing batik and had one or two designs. In a span of 6 to 8 months, she expanded employment in the worst possible situation to 60 women on how to design, how to run that, and with combined partnerships, the small enterprise division of the government actually, and some private sector, gave them support. And those 60 women, not all of them, but many of them then had access to finance, business development services. They themselves then generated employment, good employment, where they were getting good wages for another 20 women, 30 women. And these were women actually, speaking of age, it wasn't just about creating youth employment. Sorry, Matthew, I know you and I are big on youth employment. There were retired women, women that had lost their jobs and had retired at the age of 50, 55 from the banking sector. But they had talent that could be used. And they decided as they retired, well, actually, just like that lady who, the old lady in the UNESCO video, I think it was, presentation, who couldn't make the whole dress, but she could make that scarf. It was able to capitalize on that talent and then also create those kind of jobs. So I'm talking about that type of mentorship. It does not have to be Paris mentorship of design schools and things like that. Even within the communities, there are green sources, creative sources that can generate the kind of jobs and networks and access points. It was not easy, but even the most difficult times and places. And it was liked because you brought foreign revenue. These products, this batik from there, this little town in the midst, in this little island, was being exported to Ireland, Australia, and innovation was coming, doing batik on silk as opposed to just on cotton, you name it. So it's endless if you can actually put the energy, but it does require that support from the different actors, both private sector, government, but regulation is very important because it's very fragile still. That's why I was emphasizing that.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Simrin. I heard you have a next agenda. Yeah, so you go first.
I'll come back if you're
Oh, you
still
come back.
continuing, but I have a call for
I
at
think we'll
least
finish.
20 minutes with East Timor, so
20
I must continue. Excuse me, my
Okay.
apologies.
Okay, good luck. Thank you so much. Okay, now go to the audience. Please raise your hand if you have any question or comment. We are looking forward to a lively discussion. Please, from right side. Okay, please. No, somebody will bring you a mic. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Jasi from UNIDO, Country Office of Indonesia. I'm the new research assistant. So I'm currently very interested in the community engaged empowerment programs. And then I think in your presentations and your introduction, you've mentioned a lot of very interesting programs. And then I think I have a lot of questions in mind, but I have limited time, so I'm just gonna ask one question. We talk a lot about the use of digital platforms to empower local communities. But then we also know that the current challenge is really about, for instance, information cocoons, where maybe we want to reach a larger audience, but then when we use the tool of digital platforms like Instagrams, oftentimes this information may not be spread to the larger communities that we want to reach. So that probably, this is something in my mind, but I'm not sure if this is the reality of our community engaged programs in reality. Because so then I guess my question is more like, how do we see the problem of information cocoons in our use of digital tools to actually empower the communities? And maybe if there are other significant obstacles or challenges that we see when we launch this community engaged programs. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summer, can you giving feedback?
Thank you. Is it okay? Thank you for that question. I think this probably goes back to the example I gave, the digital access program that we have implemented in Eastern Indonesia. And I recognize this challenge that you mentioned. So as a response to it, I think after the first phase of the program, where we provided direct training to the communities and also adopt a trainer approach, which in a way could help with that. So because this is really about creating a community of practice so that there is that sustainability, there is that community engagement, there are different consideration given to the community context to hopefully sort of break that information cocoon that you mentioned. But as a next step, we realized that actually we need to work more with the local communities and really empower them. So in addition to giving them the tools, we want them to take on more ownership. So that's why for the second phase of the program that I just mentioned, we're actually giving out grants to local organizations to come up with ideas that they think would be a good way to sustain the skills training we provided and also respond to real specific problems in their communities, which may be different from others, and also really to unpick that information cocoon, so what sort of information is needed? How do they engage their community members to have that critical thinking and assessment and judgment to be able to then analyze the information that is supplied to them, but also to understand their needs for the information that has not reached them, so that, and then find other means to bridge that gap. So we're just at the starting of that phase now. So maybe in a few months or in a year's time, I'd love to have this conversation with you again to tell you how that has progressed with the empowerment of local organizations to work directly with their communities and come up with a more relevant solution responding directly to the needs of their communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Summer. Any question? Okay, if you don't have a question, I have a question for you, Mr. Yeah, for you. Okay, which is the question? Okay, I have to. Okay. Wait. Okay. How are you addressing the digital skill gap among this group, particularly for older person and those with disabilities?
Okay. Well, I think I hope the example I gave from my presentation to answer that question to some extent. But let me elaborate a bit more on that. So I think, as I say, well, as many speakers have already alluded to, while we recognize digital skills are important, there's also digital divide that we need to look at because of the different background, because of socioeconomic situation, because of age, because of gender, because of different communities. So I think really it is important for us to engage with the people who are working with. So going back to what I said earlier, take a people-centered approach. So whatever intervention we are going to provide, it has to be developed in consultation with the people we're targeting so that we can really respond to their needs. So I think that's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is really to think about the experiences that can be shared, from other parts of the country or from other parts of the world, so that we could really learn from our mistakes and learn from the best practices. So that's where the collaboration is really important. So that's why we as an organization are so much about bringing people together, collaborate, and provide the platform and the funding to enable people to do so. And I think the third thing is really, to have that mindset changed, because we have to embrace it. This is the future. Digitalization is the future, like it or not. And also the pandemic has, I think, accelerated the digitalization, and many things that we thought could not be done digitally. Actually, the pandemic has proven that almost everything is possible. So that is the reality. How do we embrace that and really focus on the foundational skills of digital literacy? IT skills, as I mentioned, the things that we are trying to address, things that we take it for granted, that, everybody has a smartphone, everybody knows how to operate a computer. That is not true. So there are members out there who don't know how to do that because of background, because of the age, gender, whatever. So to recognize that and not take it for granted and really focus on the basic skills, and also perhaps the more advanced and more intermediate skills for other groups. So being able to identify the needs and then have interventions that are responding to it specifically and relevantly, I think is another way for us to better address this challenge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samar. Any question from audience here, please? Wow.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one is for British Council. Thank you so much, and I really enjoyed your explanation and really glad that you mentioned Butong. We had a meeting with some of the NGOs working for people with disabilities last month, and Jogja Disability Art was one of it. And Butong also mentioned about support from British Council. And I just wonder, because UNESCO starting early next year, we're going to launch a program with the artists from 3 countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And we are aiming to do like co-creation. But to be honest, this will be the first project of UNESCO Jakarta for the co-creation and involving so many artists. So I just wonder and ask if you have an experience about the consent, because in the programs that we are having before, I show it also in my presentation, like the dancer group from the deaf community. These are the small groups of children. And we are always have like consent from the parents or from the teacher. So this is considered okay. But what happened if this is like a big massive program when you also involve like a large number of artists with disabilities and non-disabilities? So is there any consent that we need to apply, and maybe you can share your experience? Second one is for Mbak Dita from Creative Cities Network. Just have a simple question, but maybe you already mentioned in your presentation, but maybe you can elaborate more. Do you have any outreach programs for people with disabilities? And maybe you can share more about it. In which cities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So ladies first, from Ibu Larasati, Miss Larasati.
Hello, Mbak. Thank you. My name is Tita. So yes, of course we do. But I live in Bandung. I'm based in Bandung, and we usually work with Widyatama. If you have heard that they have a form, it's not for bachelor degree, but it's more like BLK, Balai Latihan Kerja, so vocational for disabled. They say it because there's a art therapy center. But then the graduates from the school, they form, for example, there's step space that also accommodates these people. But then, in a wider sense, with the community, I just presented this in UNESCO Creative Cities Network annual meeting in Braga, Portugal, last month. because it is selected as one of the best SDG examples. We have the program called Urban Games. And in this Urban Games, it's actually reintroducing the potential of the city through the local food and historical and cultural potentials. So by doing this game, the game is only a game. You play it maybe 3-4 hours, but then in the preparation and the impacts afterwards, we also invite those people in preparing the game. So their works are produced into merchandise, into game tools, and so on. So they're involved not only in the game itself, but also making the footprints of it. So we do this repeatedly, also with different teams. So it can be it can focus on the culinary, it can focus on the heritage, and so on and so on. So yes, that's one of the examples that I can think for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Summer.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think UNESCO and the British Council are good friends and indeed good partners. We have actually signed a global partnership with UNESCO, and I was really fascinated by what you presented as well. So I'd like to explore ways for us to work together, especially this upcoming sort of festival or showcase you want to do with disabled artists. I think we'll be talking to the same people in these countries, so would love to collaborate on that. But specifically on your question, I think the consent is always a must. So I wouldn't say it's a challenge. I mean, so it's about how you go about it. So it is a must, especially for disabled people or people from other marginalized groups. It may be more sensitive. So how we go about it is important. So from the British Council's approach, in order for us to secure that consent from the artists themselves, or if they're children, their guardians, we explain to them the measures we're taking to protect them. So from different angles. So first of all, safeguarding. So it's an important part of our work to really think about how we can safeguard children and vulnerable adults, who are probably, exposed to different kinds of risks and compared to the rest of society. So how do we have a very solid safeguarding framework and the measures we have, the actions we have taken to mitigate those risks in relation to safeguarding, physically, mentally. So I think that gives people the assurance that they need to be able to provide consent. The second area we always engage our partners or participants on is equality, diversity, and inclusion. So as an organization, we have a serious commitment to mainstream equality, diversity, and inclusion. And we have a policy on EDI and also a strategy on EDI, and also different actions we have taken to mainstream EDI. So we explain that to our participants and our partners as well. So that also fills them with confidence that we are we're serious about our commitment to support equality, diversity, and inclusion. We also bring experience of working with people who are coming from diverse backgrounds. So we know how to protect their rights and also how to make sure we give them the best platform so that they could also be recognized and appreciated for their talents and not for their disabilities, as so we heard earlier today. I think the third area that's important to give people that confidence and reassurance is data protection. So how their data, how that content will be used, who will have access to it, what is the validity of it, how long it will stay on our social media or on our website, and etc., so that people can see we are taking a very thorough approach in terms of our data management and governance, and that includes their data that they have given us consent to use. So I think those are the sort of measures or actions we have taken to make people feel that we have their interests at our heart. We want to work with them, we want to engage with them, we also want to protect them. And that then makes it easier to secure that consent that we need to be able to operate and engage.
Okay, thank you, Pak Summer, Mr. Summer. Last question from the audience. Okay, last question from me to Pak Indra And Pak Samar, before we closing the session, are there any scholarship or grant programs specifically designed to support women, youth, older person, or person with disabilities pursuing education or training in creative fields? For Pak Indra, please, from your Ministry of Empowerment Women and Child Protection.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, because we are not like executing agency, executing ministry, we have to do a lot of like coordination, make networking, something, and develop some policy for the scholarship. Like scholarship, we don't have like the scheme, but I think we can connect it with other ministry, because our minister also usually they are very active to advocate, if especially where there is a woman need some special, of course, like for the small business, for example, we can talk to the minister of for example, Ministry SMEs, for example, or the other hand, with the Minister of Education or something like that. So we are not have like a special like scholarship, but we can do like make like some networking or advocate another ministry to give some scholarship to the special group, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Well, just to build on what Indra has said, I think LPDP, everybody is aware. And last time when we spoke to colleagues from LPDP, actually, the take-up of LPDP scholarships by disabled people, disabled students, is not very high. So I think actually there's a lot of opportunities there that are untapped. So I would really encourage, individuals and organizations and ministry to think about, which is a very generous initiative from the Indonesian government that, I applaud your effort. From the UK side, we also have some opportunities I want to share with you from both the UK government and also from the British Council. For individuals, the UK government has our Chevening Scholarship. So this is to fund Indonesian students to study master's program in the UK for 1 year. Everything is paid for. So not just your tuition fee, accommodation, living cost, visa, you name it. It's the best scholarship offered by the UK government. So I would, and it is open right now. So it's open to everybody, anybody. So we're looking for future leaders. And as long as you can, put together a very convincing case and then pass the interview, everybody has a chance, disabled people included. So I think that's one thing you should really tap into, the Chevening Scholarship. If you Google it, you'll find all the information. From the British Council, we also deliver on behalf of the UK government, the Women in STEM scholarships. So this is targeting women to study STEM subjects in the UK, again, a master's level. So this is to recognize the gap where we don't have enough women in studying STEM subjects or practice in STEM fields, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So how we can also change perception that these subjects are probably more for men than women. The contrary, one role model we always talk about is Ibu Dora Kurita, the head of BMKG, the head of Indonesia Met Office. So she graduated from Leeds University in the UK and is a trailblazer, a scientist, a professor, and heading up the Indonesia Met Office. So that's why we created the Women in STEM scholarships just for women from this part of the world. And that one, unfortunately, the deadline for this year has already been closed. We actually had 2 cohorts, one from the British Council, one from our UK mission to ASEAN, the first UK ASEAN Women in STEM scholarships. And out of all of this, Indonesia has the highest number. So 6 scholars, 6 women from Indonesia this year will take this scholarship and go to study in the UK in some outstanding UK universities. So those are individual opportunities from the UK you should pay attention to, Chevening and Women in STEM. For institutions, universities, arts organizations, there are opportunities as well. One is the Connection Through Culture program, which I presented during my presentation. we actually have just opened this year's Connection Through Culture program application so that you could check our website, look for information. So this is to support Indonesian artists and arts organizations to work with their peers in the UK on something that will respond to inclusion and disability and also climate change. We've actually got a few Connection Through Culture grantees sitting in the audience. I see Mariska from Ballet ID, and there are many others. So you can talk to them about their successful experience in the past and tap into this grant. The second grant we have ongoing at the moment is called Going Global Partnerships. This is to support universities to come together between Indonesia and the UK to work on projects that will encourage faculty exchange, student mobility, or even transnational education, where Indonesian students could reach London. We'll start delivering transnational education master's degree from Malang, Singasari Special Economic Zone, this September on digital economy and digital futures. Lancaster University will also set up a campus in Bandung. So university to look for a UK university to work together. So this is called Going Global Partnership Grant. It is live, and one particular subject is on disability as well. So I would really encourage interested universities from Indonesia to respond to that and then approach me and my colleagues if you have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Samar.
Can I
Mr.
just
Samar.
add something?
Yes, please, Pak.
Yeah, it's based on our experience. Yeah, we also you mentioned about LPDP. Yeah, we also with Ministry of Religion and also Masjid Istiqlal. Yeah, we developed like program for the women leadership, religion leadership, ya, ulama perempuan, ya, woman ulama, ya, to get the LPDB scholarship. So why not we can also maybe we can create in the future, ya, for the economic creativity, ya, for especially for women. We can advocate together. So I think it's will be better and maybe more strong to get the scholarship from LPDB. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's such a fruitful discussion today. Give applause to our amazing panelists right now. So I want to extend my heartfelt thanks our panelists for their invaluable insight and to all of you for your active participation. Your involvement today has been crucial in advancing our collective understanding of how to prepare skilled and inclusive workforce in the creative economy. We look forward to seeing you for the outcomes of this workshop put into action. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. We would like to invite Ibu Dia, our Deputy Minister, to give a token of appreciation to the moderator and panelist.
Itu Bu Simran Singh tadi udah cabut.
All right, I'll take a picture. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next session. In this session, we will focus on addressing the needs of the most vulnerable, women, youth, older persons, persons with disability, and local communities. This session will be moderated by Ms. Yuana Rohma Astuti, Director for Digital Economy Governance, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And panelists that will be joining her is Mr. Hari Mawardi, Ketua Komite Ekonomi Kreatif dan Inovasi Kreasi Jawa Barat, Ms. Indah Nuria Safitri, Director for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Imania Rizky, founder of Tap Space, who will be joining us online, Mr. Brody Sigurdsson, Social Affairs Officer UNDESA, and Mr. Wahyu Wijayanto, Director for Industry, Tourism, and Creative Economy from the Ministry of National Development of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our moderator and panelists.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a very challenging time because we already lack of schedule, yeah. So maybe I will give a brief explanation about this session. The goal of the session is to explore the challenges, to understand the specific needs of vulnerable group within our society. And the second is to explore the challenges they face in accessing opportunities, resources, and support. And the third is highlight the partnership between government agencies, NGO, and the private sector and local communities can play a crucial role in overcoming the barriers and fostering a more inclusive creative economy. Now we already have 5 panelists, also one in Zoom from Tap Space. Okay, before we start, I will give briefly, because the time is very limited, please give the panelists with 5-minute presentation. Maybe we can start with Pak Wahyu Wijayanto from National Development Planning Agency. Pak Wahyu, please, time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Yuana, as a moderator. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Ibu Deputi. Firstly, I apologize. I couldn't join the previous session because I have another meeting at 1. Here, I will, briefly elaborate more on the planning aspect of the creative economy. So, how to ensure that the development of creative economy will be sustainable, inclusive, and also can achieve the target as one of the engine of growth of our national development. On the next slide, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Nil Deputy Minister for Digital Economy already cover the achievement and also the numbers. I think here I just want to highlight that creative economy is targeted to contribute more in the future. On 2025, it is projected that the creative economy will contribute around 11% to our GDP. So it's a huge target, and of course we have to ensure that the development of creative economy will be sustainable and also inclusive. For the next slide, I think that as the development of the technology is quite fast and rapid in the recent years. So creative economy sector will also have to adapt and also adjust with the trend on digital economy, and especially that we can also predict the development of new creative industry sector in the near future. and also the need for the wide range of new product that of course we have to prepare our human resource in creative economy to maximize the opportunity and also the space of product innovation in the future. Next one. Currently, we experience, some challenges. Of course, we have to develop the ecosystem more focus, on how to maximize the value added, from the intellectual property as it is also defined, in the regulation on creative economy. And then we have to prepare, we have to prepare the human resource to develop more IP. I think for the next 5 years, this policy will be, within the main focus on government policy. Next one. Yeah, because the time is quite limited, I just want to highlight that there are 5 priority in our creative economy policy for the next 5 years. The first is to strengthen the enabling system, of course, and then we have to focus on the priority and also what you call it, the priority sector, like culinary, fashion, craft, also film and games. I think that's 5 subsector that will focus on the next 5 years. And then the main policy is to strengthen the creative economy ecosystem supported by the development of talent, infrastructure, and also financing. We also want to strengthen the institutional framework, and our and also the regulation in it. Next one. Yeah, I think this is just the highlights of our policies in developing talents for the next 5 years. It is already included in the draft of the next or the new presidential regulation of the roadmap for creative economy. I think we are working with Ibu Dina several years ago to develop this framework. Next one. I think this is the last slide. We need, of course, more and more programs like this, just such as the development of GI and also how to develop the local developers and also the creative village. I think there are more programs that we can continue for the next 5 years, and also, if possible, we can also to scale up to other region. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wahyu. Very timely. Thank you, Pak Wahyu. And now, move to another speaker. We have Mr. Hari Mawardi, Head of Creative Economy Committee and Innovation, West Java. We well known as Kreasi. Pak Hari, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Hari. I'm from Creative Economy Committee of West Java. So I will talk about enhancing creative diplomacy that we use to do in West Java for inclusive and impactful solution in our area. So West Java is probably arguably is one of the biggest province in Indonesia with 50 million people in it, and we have 3 million workers in creative economy. So it's a big task for us in the committee, but we're trying so hard to give everyone an equal opportunities. Next. So this is one of the challenges when the committee is established in 2020, where right in the middle of the COVID era, our task is become double, not just helping improve the creative economy, but also help them to bounce back into the usual condition before the pandemic era. Next. And then we choose about how to give more opportunities for everyone. And the social media and digitals at the moment is very interesting. I don't know if you guys follow TikToks, the trends and everything, but This is one of my favorites in TikTok. There's an old teacher that trying to give a free lesson in TikTok live, but he doesn't know how to share screen in TikTok. So he used the mirror of a motorcycle just to share his lessons. This is quite big, and now there's a lot of teachers doing the same tricks as his. So this is something that we think about. Everyone have every opportunity in a creative way to adapt in this moving and very dynamic era in the world now. Next. So West Java is a very big province. We have 400 communities and 215 vocational high school regarding creative economies, and 45 universities also involving in creative industries. And we try to build creative centers all over the cities in West Java, but it's just too big, and then we also hit by the COVID. So the big ambition needed to be reduced. We're only able to build 8 creative centers until at this moment. Next. So like before, Butita from ICCN said about 3C, connect, collaborate, commerce. And then we in West Java, we're trying to add 2 more points before from collaborate to commerce. We wanted to add 2 more C's. It's create and circulate, because West Java people loves to collaborate and then hang out with each other, sharing ideas and everything, creating new issues and etc. But sometimes they don't know what to do with those discussion and collaboration. So we encourage them to make something, create something, and then because we're very big province, we encourage them to circulate the idea, to test the idea if it's works or is it can be done in more broader audience. Next. In that spirit, we also collaborate with a lot of parties. One of it is IKEA. Since 2021, we collaborate with IKEA. We are the first Teras Indonesia program of IKEA that organized independently outside from IKEA company. So the Teras Indonesia in Kota Baru Parahyangan in Bandung is organized by local communities, by the Kreasi Jawa Barat. Every month we have 12 local brands, and then also 1 artist that showcasing their works and also their products every month, free of charge. We just help them with the salesperson and also the cashier and etc. Next. We also give a lot of activities there. Probably Miss Imania also in this panel once have a workshop and also have an exhibition there also. This is some samples where children and then people with disabilities collaborating with the social agencies of West Java, making a workshop, making a batik to encourage them to have some improvement in their economical condition. Next. And then we also have a new program this year. It's called Creative School Project. We collaborate with 14 cities and 10 vocational high school all over West Java for 480 students. At this moment, the high school graduate are still have a lot of them don't have a jobs in West Java. We have the highest unemployed rate from the vocational high school graduate in West Java. So we're trying to give them a new curriculum, especially in creative economy, so they have some alternatives for their career, not just from their formal curriculum in the high school, but also for in creative industry also. Next. And then this is also, we have a program for creative entrepreneur. In the previous panel, it's being said that the accessibilities to financial support is quite hard. Indeed, it's very hard. So since 2020, we have a program for financial support for creative entrepreneur. We have 25 investors since then, and then we have 10 brands already being invested with the investment value is 2.2 billion rupiah. Next. The interesting thing is that those who use this program, the newest one in 2024 or just last week, this is the winner of the Udunan Usaha Dukungan Keuangan. She's a survivor of bipolar. So at the time when she's pitching to the investor, she has these bipolar symptoms, but the judges appreciate her, and then it gives her more value because the product is good, the business is good. With her struggles, he's still running the business, and then this is the one that we encourage a lot of people, more people to do that also. Next. And then the other one, the right one is called TNF, the new factory. It helps the marginalized tailor who got laid off during the pandemic. They have made a cooperative, the new kind of cooperative in Bandung. So they use those tailors that being laid off during the pandemic, and then they create new products from the plastic waste and then also the fabric waste. And then the other one, this is Pulas Katumbiri. We give them facilities of offline store in Bandung before they use online marketplace to do some accessories from children with disabilities. Since the offline stores are being established, their business are growing 3 times more. The last one, next. The last one is we're focusing on creative villages. So this creative village, because West Java have 500 villages in the whole province. We are make a benchmarking to Pasar Papringan in Temanggung, Central Java. Next. And then we're trying to help 4 more villages in West Java, one in Lebak Siu, Bandung regions, and then Putra Jawa in Garut, and then Grand Smesco Hills. This is collaborated with Smesco in Kabupaten Bogor, and then the last one with Desa Sirna Resmi in Kabupaten Sukabumi. All of them have the craftsmanship potential. So we deliver some designers and also some people with the expertise in bamboo preservation, because bamboo materials for the good one for craftsmanship products, it's become lower and lower. Next. So lastly, we support
Pak
them.
Hari,
Yeah, this is
time
the
is
last
up.
slide.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the last slide.
Okay.
So we support them with the Arboretum Bambu. Arboretum Bambu is a living laboratorium for bamboo species that can be used for economical purposes. So we are in West Java. We're trying to cover a lot of aspects in social inclusion also, and also in environmental value. So I think that's all that I can share for now. Maybe we
Okay.
can discuss more later.
Thank you, Pak Hari, for the presentation. Sorry for hurrying you because this is very timely. So we have Miss Indah Nuria Safitri, Director for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Bu Indah, time is yours. Please keep in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yuana. Let's see what I can do in 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe I have to speak
Sorry.
so fast. But anyway, Ibu Deputy, Pak Deputy, Matthew, and everybody, all the audience, thank you very much. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here. It's always great to be among the creatives and all the inspiring people. I think we deserve to have a big applause, right? To be here in this afternoon. My name is Indah Nuria Savitri, Director for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs. Slightly different. I will try to see and highlight some of the policies, some of the focus that we have done in terms of the fulfillment and the respect to promotion and protection of human rights, particularly those with persons with disabilities, in line with of course creative in economy or creative industries. So in the very beginning, I'm trying to provide you with more information about some of the normative frameworks that we have. So out of the 9 international human rights platforms, can we go to the next slide, please? 8 of them, we are already part of the state parties, and that includes one of the big 3 international convention related to what we have been discussing today, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It pretty much deals with ECOSOC rights. And then, of course, we have been the state parties to the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. It deals a lot with women's rights, and Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where we are talking about social inclusions, how to provide accessibility, ensuring the equality for persons with disabilities, and a lot of more important principles. So all of these human rights instruments that we have been consenting to be the state party, Indonesia as a government, as well as all the components of it, are obliged to fulfill the rights and some of those principles within this convention. If we can go next. So when it comes to creative economy as part of our policies, and this is what we've been reflecting in our foreign policy. As you know, what we have done in the national level will definitely be reflected and hopefully can be shared, and at another point can also be replicated by other countries by sharing best practices and of course by inspiring one another. There are three priorities that we have when it comes to creative economy. While one of the most important part is the acknowledgement of the potential of the creative economy. So first, we try to expand the access to global markets and widen the international networks. This is where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs comes into the picture. Through our embassies, through our consulate generals, through our works and meetings in various platforms, we are trying to do this. And the second priorities that we have is enhancing the capacity. I think this is in line with what we're doing together with Bappenas, together with Ministry of Women Empowerment and Social and Children's Protection, with Ministry of Social Affairs and more. Because through this, we definitely work on the enhancement of the capacity of Indonesians to get more value added, as well as increasing the competitiveness of Indonesia in creative economy at the global fora. And the last is to advocate norms and rules in multilateral as well as regional fora. It means that we're not only ensuring that we are promoting and protecting the rights of people, including people with with disabilities, but we're trying to advocate, to implement those principles in our daily lives. And this is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have, because this is a work in progress. And this will definitely benefit the development of creative economy within our country and then beyond. So next, oh, there goes my time. We have the next slide, please. I'd like to highlight as well that the fulfillment of the rights and the promotion of the rights of persons with disabilities becomes one of our priorities in Human Rights Council. As you know, Indonesia is now the members of the Human Rights Council for 2024 to 2026, and rights of persons with disabilities have been one of the highlights. We've been working actually very freshly. I just came back from Malang to speak to many of the local communities dealing with disabilities, local industries, creative industries, including batik, including informal schools, and many other areas related to persons or family with disabilities. We talk with them, we try to create some of the programs, try to liaise them with the relevant stakeholders, and then hopefully this can be part of the best practices that Indonesia can offer to the world. And within the Human Rights Council platform, we will definitely bring that in various form, in side events, in resolutions, in joint statements, by highlighting again what we have achieved and what we are trying to achieve in terms of the promotion and protection of persons with disabilities. And next, hopefully this is going to be the last one. So what we are doing is trying to get the data, policy analysis, a policy paper talking about and focusing on the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities in creative economy. So this is exactly what we're doing in order to find and to get more understanding of what we've done, what the challenges are, and what we can do next. Of course, this deals with a lot of research, a lot of data. We work together with the University of Brawijaya, local communities, and direct industries dealing or hiring persons with disabilities. And well, if you haven't been to Malang, you have to come there because there are a lot of opportunities to see how person with disabilities are creatively and joyfully enjoying the life, including in creative economy. So this is what we're doing at this point, and hopefully we can bring that to the international fora to show what Indonesia has done and what Indonesia hopefully can achieve in the later years. I'll stop myself there. I know it's more than 5 minutes, but thank you so much for your attention. Back to
Thank you,
Bu.
Miss Indah. Thank you very much. Now we have Miss Imaniar already joined via Zoom. Is it? Yeah.
Hello,
Miss
everyone.
Imaniar. Yeah. Miss Imaniar is founder of Touchspace. Touchspace is a Bandung-based organization. Bandung-based organization dedicated to empowering disabilities through workshop, training, and community activities. I familiar with Touchspace because when I was director marketing, I facilitate Touchspace in exhibition in some mall in Jakarta, ya maybe ya. Miss Imaniar, time is yours.
Okay, I would like to ask for help. Yes, thank you. It's nice to meet you again, Yuana, and also Kak Hadi, and everyone here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Imanial. I'm the creative director and founder of Tapspace. And first of all, I'd like to apologizing for not being able to be there in person today. So maybe I would like to ask. Sorry. Nah, okay. Next. So TechBase is basically a branding-based social enterprise that produces work by artists with intellectual disabilities. So we support the artists and illustrators so they can have role in the community ecosystem and earn income. We accommodate the talents and efforts of these artists because we believe that with the right support system, disabled artists can become professional practitioners. Okay, next. So I would like to introduce you all to this term, neurodiverse. Okay, next. So we got this, next. Yes, we got this term from Better Community, from Autism Career Pathways that told us about this term. So neurodiverse is a term used to describe both neurotypicals and neurodivergence. So our friends, the neurodivergence is a term used to describe individuals whose mind function differently than the neuromaturity, like autism, ADHD, learning disability, mental health diagnosis, and etc. And also there is neurotypical, a term used to describe individuals whose mind function within common society standards. So in that space, there are neurodivergent artists and also neurotypical designers working together. So next, we facilitating artists to work and learn on their art for 3 to 4 hours per week. And every artist are assisted by an art facilitator to help them like brainstorming, understand the brief, and making decisions for their work. Next. We also have a consignment agreement with the artist and the guard, and then they have like a right to get 25 to 35% consignment from every sold item from their merchandise. Maybe next. Next, please. Thank you. So at that space, we dive into a spectrum of creation from crafting merchandise to executing the full commission project. But it doesn't stop here. We fire up about collaborative exhibitions and exhibitions. Maybe, please next. We have like just 3 circles here. We believe that 3 circles. Okay, sorry. My voice is not. It's clear now. Is it
Yeah,
clear
very
now?
clear. Clear.
Okay. Thank you. So we have these 3 circles. It's like collaboration, innovation, and consistency. We know that we want that artists how neurodivergent make their action, and that team as neurotypical support the inclusive ecosystem, and also we want brand companies, organizations to take a part as collaborator in this movement. Okay, next please. So these are our family in Bandung. We have like a big family, artists and family. Okay, maybe next. So we started to explain about how we create a supportive and accessible work environment. Okay, sorry. Is my voice clear or not?
Clear, very clear.
Oh, very clear. Okay. I got the DM that my voice is not clear enough. Sorry. I love to share about how we support artists with accessible work environment. Please next. We have like a sensory friendly workplace. Next, please. Yes, we have like sensory friendly workspace certified by Better Community. We provide a friendly workplace for people with hypersensitive sensory. Next, maybe I will explain the whole building design of our studio. We share our space with our friend Arafura Media Design. So there are neurodivergent and neurotypical in one place working together. Our aim is to create a space that reflects the essence of both studio, a harmonious blend of inclusivity and innovation. Next, please. So here we are, our studio in Bandung. So in here, people with neurodivergent and neurotypical can work together. Next, please. So here sensory accommodation ideas which we provide to our neurodivergent workers here, like softer lighting, quieter music without word song requests, and ability to turn music off, and also noise reductions, and also sensory friendly ideas like sensory friendly events. Next. We also have like events, especially for neurodivergence. It's called Tech Showcase. We show the artwork, the project, and also we have a live drawing, talk, and discussion. Next. So maybe you can see here we have like several events in Bandung. Next. Okay, maybe next. Next. Yeah, here we are. And then next. And then the next question is, what role do we have think business should play in developing action and infrastructure that supports vulnerable groups in the creative economy? Okay, maybe next. As a social enterprise, such as us, operate with a unique space that bridge the gap between traditional nonprofit organization and for-profit business. While we are able to allocate some of our savings toward development, we still require substantial support from the government to conduct necessary research and secure additional capital. This support is crucial for us to effectively fulfill our mission and expand our impact. Next, I will share tax base, income, and expenses. So you can see like in expenses, most of it is expenses for administration, and for income, we get the highest number for projects. The next is art session fee, and then merchandises, and then artwork sales. Next. And also, we actively collaborate with brands and companies to generate revenue. Covering operational costs remains a significant challenge when compared to similar studios, which often benefit for more diverse funding streams such as grants, private investment, and dedicated fundraising efforts. Our reliance on limited resources highlights the ongoing need for financial sustainability and strategic partnerships. Maybe
Miss
next.
Imanian,
Yep.
time is up. Maybe can you just jump to the conclusion maybe?
Okay, maybe I want to share you the next and the next, please. Okay, this one. I want to show you how we collaborate with these stakeholders. Like in galleries, we collaborate with Prasa Sunario and CAGTMII. Next, with brands. Next, with brands also, we collaborate with some brands and the companies and the design studio and stores and cafes and organization and others. Maybe you can just next the slide. So
Okay.
yeah, I need to share you about this slide in the next slide.
Okay, 1 minute left maybe.
Yes, yes.
Please.
sorry, Muyana. The next slide. The next slide. The next slide. This one. No, before. No, this one. I would like to share you about this. These three things is the key message of my presentation. To working with disabilities, just doing these three things. First, no assumptions. Two, be sustained, and three, keep learning. Just like that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Imaniar. Okay, now last but not least, I will invite Mr. Brody Sigurdsson. Is it the spell is correct?
Thank you.
From Social Affairs Officer UNDESA. Thank you. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to express my just gratitude for being here. It's my first time in Indonesia, and I'm so grateful for the good cooperation that we have with
Thank you.
Ibu Martini. With Ibu Martini and her team from the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy. It's such an excellent collaboration, and I'm so grateful. Just a couple of things. Number one, so I am from DESA, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. How many, before today, how many of you had heard of DESA? Can you raise your hands?
UNDESA already.
A couple. Okay, so then let me maybe just go. We are the co-organizer of this event here with the ministry. So just to let you know who we are. So I'm here with my colleague Mathieu. We are from DESA. DESA is one of the big departments at UN headquarters in New York. So the Secretariat of the United Nations in New York, we support the General Assembly, we support the Security Council, we engage in public information, we support the peacekeeping operations, we support the resident coordinator system, and we in DESA, we support some of the General Assembly committees and the work that happens there, and we also support the Economic and Social Council. So our work is divided into three major pillars. We support the intergovernmental processes, which is the negotiations of the member states when they're coming up with their resolutions, when they are, especially some of the things you mentioned earlier, when they're negotiating these conventions, for example. DESA colleagues, we support some of that. We support the work in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals when the member states are reviewing progress on reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's the intergovernmental part. We also do analysis. We prepare reports and publications based on specific themes that the member states have identified. So we do world economic prospects. We have a whole unit of demographers that look at the world population prospects. We have UN statistics is in DESA. There's a lot of important work that happens there. And then the third part is where Mathieu and I come in. We work on capacity development and technical cooperation, where we work with governments in implementing some of these decisions that they made at the international level, where we work with them on how to make this real at the local level, at the national level, at the community level. And that's kind of where we get at this. But just for a minute, I want to talk about the SDGs and the MDGs. You all know the SDGs. They build on some of the lessons learned from the Millennium Development Goals, which was the international community's first attempt to pull together these big commitments that were made in the 1990s in the post-Cold War era, where we had Rio looking at sustainable development and climate change. We had Beijing looking at gender equality and the rights of women. We had Copenhagen looking at social development and decent work for all. And we had the MDGs looking at poverty eradication, gender equality, dealing with maternal health, and so on. But there were a couple of things that could be improved upon. One is you look at the difference. We have sustainable in the development goals. The MDGs didn't really differentiate to whether when we were eradicating poverty, are we eradicating poverty in a sustainable manner, or are we cutting down forests and doing that? The MDGs weren't really good at that. So this is an attempt to make sure that our progress in dealing with these social ills like poverty and so on, that we do this in a sustainable manner that respects our nature and our environment. And the second one is, the other theme that we've been talking about here is leaving no one behind. That the MDGs looked at national data. They looked at national averages. And sometimes the national averages, they didn't take into account some of the marginalized groups, some of the, like persons with disabilities, for example. Were they reaching some of the goals in the way that the majority was doing it? Sometimes we didn't know. So this is some of the things that we in our unit, we specifically focus on, are some of these groups that we talk about as vulnerable, marginalized, and so on. And it's really interesting to see how there's been progress, that the SDGs and the focus on leaving no one behind has made a difference. And I think the resolution that we've been speaking about earlier, the resolution on the creative economy that Indonesia spearheaded last December at the GA, that, by the way, was adopted by consensus. So that's all 193 member states are in agreement on this. And I just want to read one paragraph there. The resolution encourages member states to create and enhance enabling environments that ensure that the creative economy is equally accessible and inclusive for all at the national and local levels, including for women, young people, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, local communities, and people in vulnerable situations. So there are a few key elements here. First of all, it's the enabling environment. What do we mean by enabling environment? We can be talking about the legal environment or policy or specific programs, but we're also talking about culture, education, how we see each other and how we see our communities and how we work together in ensuring that these groups of people that have traditionally been left behind, how do we address this? I like the fact that it identifies both national and local levels, because those are often different, and the specificities at the local level, and I think about a country that as diverse as Indonesia is, the needs in one part of Indonesia are not as the same as the other. So it's really important to think about these specificities and identifying these specific groups as well. It's important. And there are others too, of course, because let's remember, this is a resolution that was adopted by consensus by all of these member states. So it's often difficult to get language that everybody agrees on. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So I just want to, one final point that I want to make, and that is how do we take this language from the resolution and how do we make it real at the national level, at the local level? And in my experience, I've been doing this technical cooperation work for a while right now in different countries on different thematic issues. There are at least two key elements that we have to keep front and center. One is we need, and Ibu Dina, in your excellent presentation earlier, you looked at some of that. We need information. We need statistical data. Who are, because we have this group, you know, the vulnerable people, and sometimes we lump them all together. But at the local level, at the municipal level, who are we talking about? What is their situation like? We need good statistical data, but we also need qualitative information. We need to talk to people and hear from them. And based on that, we can come up with evidence-based policy programs, legal reforms, whatever it is that has to be done, because a solution in one region is not the same as the other. So we need information that tells us where we are, and that informs the goals that we need to make. So we can then measure and hold ourselves accountable to see if we are actually reaching these goals that we need to go to. And the second one is, and I want to quote the International Disability Movement, nothing about us without us, they say. That is to say, if these people at the UN, these people in the government, we're talking about the rights of persons with disabilities, we don't do that unless they are there with us every step of the way. Because who knows best how to accommodate the rights of persons with disabilities? Me? No, of course not. It's the people themselves. So we need to do this from the beginning. We should not come up with a policy idea, come up with a proposal and so on, and then halfway through ask the people if they agree or not. It should not be a box checking exercise to say, oh, we met with them once and then, yeah, we're done. We've consulted with them. We need to do this extensively from the first step, from the conception, the inception of the work, all the way to following up and monitoring and evaluating to see if we've done this right. And then on the feedback to see how we then improve this, because nothing will be perfect first time around.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you.
Thank
I'm sorry I went past.
Thank you, Mr. Brody, for the presentation. Now we move to the question and answer. Maybe I will give the floor to audience. Is there any question? No, no question. No one to ask how to get the support from UNDESA. I think it's very important to how to get. No one asking about it. Okay. If not, I will ask for Pak Bu Endah here. How does MOFA, your ministry, collaborate with government bodies and the private sector to address the needs of vulnerable group in the creative economy?
Okay, so basically, us at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are focusing more on the foreign policy.
Okay.
And as I said before, we have this kind of hashtag intermastic, international and domestic. So what we are doing is bringing what we have at the domestic level to the international level. So together with the relevant ministries, Ibu, including yours, obviously, tourism and creative economy, with the Ministry of Human Rights and Legal Affairs, Ministry of Social, Ministry of Women Empowerment, and Child Protections. These are some of the samples of the relevant ministries that we work together in order to ensure that we have the relevant program. As Brody correctly pointed it out, what we are trying to do is bringing what we have discussed endlessly at the UN with those, sleepless night, right, Brody? Just because of one or two words. And how to implement that on the ground, to bring it down to earth. So we are we are trying to translate some of those heavy wordings, some of those big messages into a real program. And together with the relevant ministries, which are mostly are the executing agencies, those which have the mandates to do some of those technical activities, we are trying to ensure that we are working on the same line. We work with, for example, the formulation of National Action Plan. National Action Plan, we have a lot. We have on women, on children, on human rights, and obviously including for the person with disabilities. And then we're just trying to ensure that the principles that we have adhered ourselves by becoming the state parties to the convention, for example, are clearly reflected. And not only reflected, but then translated into real programs. Of course, this will become concrete because we also speak to our national human rights institution like Komnas HAM or National Commission on Disabilities. Kita sudah punya juga Komisi Nasional Disabilitas. And then of course we also work with NGOs, community-based organizations. They are the one giving us ideas, comments, and then inputs, valuable inputs about what we can do as the government to support that. So besides having the policy formulation, and of course together with Bapanas, because everything comes from national planning, then it is translated into the Ministry of Finance, and the usual drill. But what we are trying to ensure is that the commitments were fulfilled, challenges were addressed, and then progress as well as initiatives are supported.
Okay.
So not that easy, but we're trying to work what we can do.
Thank you. Is there any question from the floor? Okay, Bu Tita, please.
Sabotage. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. It has to do with the presenting Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and what our challenge is mostly. Yeah. Our main challenge is how we connect the policy at the national level with the municipal government, because most of us communities, practitioners, and whoever is at the city level, regency level, whenever they want to do something, of course, the government is not the only party that we work with, but without the policy or the right policy, the government won't do anything with creative economy. Sometimes they also have the body for creative economy, but they don't know what to do with their job. Budia knows very much. So we're very familiar with. And then at the national level and international level, we just have the UN resolution. That's fine, but then the ministry understand it. But then we also have partly, because the resolution appointed UNTAD as the leading organization to update every 2 years with the creative economy performance of all members, while UNESCO have the Mondial Gold Declaration that all members of UNESCO Cities Network has to comply to. So how far do these policies influence what you are doing, or especially because Indonesia will have a new set of government starting October, and it's really thrilling. I don't know, positively or negatively, but how far will it influence the creative economy performance at the local level? Thank you.
Bu Indah mungkin.
Well, I'm not the only one who can answer that. But
Bu Indah and
I'll
Brody
be more
maybe.
than happy to share my thoughts on that. But you're right, Ibu. Translating it into concrete action, and at the end of the day, bringing the impacts on the ground. I think that's the most important part, because otherwise there's no need to have all those endless night talking about conventions, resolutions, but then those who are actually in need cannot feel the benefits of it. So, like it or not, collaboration and coordination is what we need. As you have mentioned that correctly as well, Mbak Tita, we have the body, we have the mechanisms, we have the platform. Now, how to utilize what we have in order to ensure that everything works in accordance to what they are mandated to. Us at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are trying to, again, work together with them. I think Pak Indra has also mentioned that not all of us are at the executing agency's platform or helmet. So what we can do at this point, at least for us in MOFA, is again, trying to ensure that they do recognize the principles, they do understand our target, and then they do take the real measures to work on that. I think, Ibu, with all the platforms that we have, then we need to keep reminding them. Engagement is important. Sometimes many of our mechanisms are working silo, working with themselves, with their own, let's say, partners or circle, but not having enough engagement with communities, with the real people, with those persons with disabilities. That's exactly what we need. The engagement, the dialogue, and the collaboration will, at the end of the day, come up with the concrete action. Not easy to say, because even for us to speak to the designated agencies, to the relevant, let's say, persons or parties, it takes a while. But I think as long as we keep reminding one another, like, look, we have this, we have done this, we need to do this, then we can definitely link the needs and the policies. And you're right, Ibu, sometimes policies keep changing. Policies have different priorities, new set of government, new sets of priorities, new sets of approach, new way of doing things. But I think as long as we hold on to the principles, accessibility, equality before the law, ensuring the same access, the same opportunities to persons with disabilities, in not only in creative economy, but in many areas as well. The basic principles, the basic fulfillment and respect for their rights. If we can hold on to that and we keep, banging the doors, hey, let's do this, you better do
Okay.
that, and things like that, I think we are on the right path. So,
Okay.
Bu, keep the spirit up. Yeah.
Thank
do it
you. Thank you,
together.
Bu
Thank
Indah. I think the time is up. I'm so sorry. Maybe we have to close the session because the panelists already queue. So thank you very much for give applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much for the fruitful discussion, and maybe we can discuss. If anyone want to ask something, maybe we can discuss in the back. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Check.
Terima kasih ya Pak Wahyu. Yang terakhir Pak Kasep. Terima kasih ya. Nuhun.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussion, we will now have a 5-minute coffee break. Kindly grab your snacks, coffee, and tea and gather here again to start our next session. Thank you.
Right. I was about
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our very last session soon. Please take your seats and get ready.
invite aja mungkin ya.
Slice edge version.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our session now. Welcome back. I hope you are feeling refreshed after having coffee break. Now let's continue with our next panel discussion. And on this panel, we will be discussing how international cooperation can enhance social inclusion in the creative economy sector. Please welcome back our moderator, Mr. Kartika Chandra, Senior Diplomat from the Directorate of Trade, Industry, Commodity and Intellectual Property from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And please welcome our panelists, Mr. Odo Manuhutu, Deputy for Tourism and Creative Economy, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Ms. Martini M. Paham, or Ibu Dia, Deputy Minister for Resources and Institutions, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Ms. Andita Firseli Utami, Founder of Chief Executive Officer, Think Policy, and Ms. Poppy Darsono, Fashion Designer and Advisor to the World Weavers Forum, and Ms. Christy Zacharias, Indonesian Delegation for Y20 Brazil 2024. Please give a big round of applause as we welcome our moderator and panelists into the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to you all, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize because you have to see me again on this stage. But fortunately, you know, in this very important topics, in this very important session, we have a very what do you call it? No, not only diverse, but it's more than important. How you said it in English, Paudo? Prominent panelists that is already with us. The first one is my dear colleague. I've known him for 29 years. One of the beautiful minds in Pejambon that is now assume a very important duty as the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Creative Economy and Tourism at the Ministry of Maritime and Investment, Maritime Affairs and Investment. Pak Odorene Manuhutu, is so good to see you. 15 years ago, perhaps some of you will recognize him as one of the picture that went viral at that time. Ganteng-ganteng diplomat. Remember? Yeah, up till now he's still ganteng. Don't worry. And then our second panelist is, of course, all of us, you know her very much, Ibu Dia Paham, Deputy Minister for Interinstitutional Relations. And then our third panelist is Ibu Andita Firseli Utami, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Think Policy Society in Bandung, in Jakarta. Please, round of applause for Ibu, panggilannya Ibu siapa? Ibu Afu. Which one is Afu? Oh, AFU. Okay, Andita Firseli Utami, Ibu Afu, and then our fourth panelist is the name that I've known, that I've heard since I was small, since I was young. The one and only Ibu Popi Darsono, very prominent fashion designer of Indonesia, who's always become a reference when we talk about fashions. It's been like 50 years, Bu? Almost 50 years. Oh, no, but the experience, that is more important. And then last but not least, we have our young and very promising leader in the future, Christy Zacharias. She is the Indonesia delegation for Y20 Brazil 2024. Please, a round of applause to all of our panelists. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, our session now is about how international cooperation can enhance social inclusion in the creative economy sector. I believe you have followed for the whole day our discussion how Indonesian role in further promoting and strengthening the role of creative economy in a multilateral or global level. But a very, I think there is still opportunity for us to discuss more specific topics on it. That is the importance of social inclusion in international cooperation. How international cooperation can further strengthen creative economy's contribution for the social inclusion. Here we have first, I would like to invite Pak Odo to present his thought, his views, his insights on that particular issue. Pak Odo, you have 5 minutes. And then after that, perhaps I have to invite a question or respond from the audience because Pak Odo has to leave earlier. Pak Odo, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think we should not call him Pa Chandra, but we should call him soon to be anointed by the president as our ambassador to a certain country. So congratulations, Pa Chandra, ambassador. So we have the presence of, we are blessed by your attendance. Now the questions is how international cooperation can alleviate the role of women, can alleviate the role of disabled. I think what we can do first is look at our own national policy and the role of the coordinating minister. The role is we have to ensure that all the policy of the various agencies are in line with the policy of the president. And also if there are some gaps in the policy, then our role is to ensure that there's new innovative policies. Now the question is, before I came here, Pa Dubes, the question is how to include, to help our colleagues, especially those disabled. I think one of the very basic that we can do quickly is that we have been doing for the past 4 years of promoting by local products. Not only by government agencies and government department, but also by the public at large. Now, what we can do is that after this, maybe we can talk with major e-commerce so that most of the product that are made or produced by our colleagues, our friends, our brothers and sisters, that they can be put in the e-commerce and there will be some tagging that says this product are made by disabled. And I think it can be done quickly, and also for the government procurement. I think there should be affirmative actions to help them. Now, to help doesn't mean that we don't believe in their capacity. I think we all believe that they have the capacity. This is more about opening the door for them. Now, question is, that's the basic thing, how we can promote and help our colleagues and also women. I think from here we are the minority so far. 4 women. So this is what the future looks like. And by the way, in my office, 60%, no, 70% of the employees are female. So It's the woman's rule. This is the woman's rule. So that's the future that we have. Now, question is how we can increase cooperation in the creative economy in the sector. So the question is which sector that you want to promote, because if there are 17 subsector on the creative economy, you will not achieve so much. So you have to we have to decide which one that we want to promote the creative economy. Other fashion, food, game, film, animation. Now in Indonesia alone, we are focusing through the buy Indonesian local product, only three main areas, namely fashion, culinary, and craft. And lately, we found out that more and more Indonesians are buying local product for cosmetics. So that's a good trend. Now, I think we have to focus on one or two areas where we want to work on. Then you can see the tangible result in the next 1 to 5, 3 years ago. Because you have to understand that resources are limited, not only in terms of resources of funding, but also time. So you have to focus. Like currently, we are focusing on game and how do we bring all the industry, all the government sector to help the Indonesian game sector. That is number 2. Number 3 is we have initiated for the past, since last year, a new initiative called the ASYS, Asian Creative and Digital Economy Youth Summit. So this is targeting those who are aged from the age of 18 to 35. And we have one of them, Dila, can you stand up? She's the leading on this ASYS. The idea is how we can harness the potential of our young generation, young and female. Why? Because if you look at the data in Indonesia, over almost 95 millions of Indonesians are below 35. So this is a potential that we have to tap in. And second, more than 50% are female. So the ASYS is a collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and with other stakeholders. And we want this to be this place where all the great minds of the young generation to meet every year in Jakarta to discuss practical cooperation in the area of creative economy and digital economy. I think the future is here. The future is now. The question is how do we open the door and clear out the avenue for our young generation to tap into the creative economy sector. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pak Odo. A big applause, Pak Odo. I think Pak Odo is the first panelist today that do it 5 minute sharp. It's always punctual since 30 years ago. That's Pak Odo. Okay, we have plenty of time with Pak Odo. Then now I have to turn to Ibu Dia Paham to present her ideas, insight or thought on the international cooperation in creative economy. Bu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Our next to be Ambassador. Terima kasih, Pak. So everyone, like what Pak Chandra already said, that let me share with you the information about what we've done in the international fora, how we in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, we push the creative economy to the international level. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, some of you may be aware about the WCCE. WCCE is World Conference on the Creative Economy. This is the conference initiated by Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, as well as at the time is Bekraf ya Pak, Badan Creative Economy, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we have our one and only initiator is one of them is Pak Chandra with Pak Triawan Munaf and Pak Arki Pesik and our colleagues from the Bekraf. They initiated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs this platform, which is actually a platform that gathers deep stakeholders of the creative economy from academician, business, communities, entrepreneur, government from the regional as well as the central government, as well as the media, to sharing ideas, sharing collaboration, to push the economic creative as the global economic platform. And the format, the activity on the conference itself is comprises of the ministerial meeting, as well as the Friends of Economy Forum, which is a less formal meeting that gather all of the creative industries. And we also have the creative session where the expertise they share about the experience, the knowledge about the creative economy. And we also have the creative village. It's an exhibition where we can showcasing about the product, the idea, the services on the creative industry. Next. This forum is actually in line with the vision of our president, where the creative economy as the backbone of our economic development, as well as his vision to make Indonesia as the global powerhouse in the global economy. And the objective is, we can see here, is mainstreaming the creative economy in the government policy, enhancing the value added of the economy, and the need for us to have the roadmap and strategic plan, as well as the international cooperation, and also the platform for discussion. Next slide, please. Okay. As we can see as well, the creative economy is in line with the trend that we have and we are seeing now, because the creative economy, like previous speakers already mentioned, is the platform that's inclusive for everyone. So it's an inclusive business for everyone. It gives equal opportunity for anybody in any level, any educational background, to give their ideas, sharing their ideas, and to anything, creation, anything. And in terms of the, it's also in line with the development of IT. We see the development of AI, Internet of Things, and the creative economy, as we can see, is one of the major cores of the development in the future ahead. And in terms of the multilateralism, creative economy is also the catalyst of the communication. It bridges the differences, not only among communities, but also among nations. So it really pushes us in terms of the collaboration among nations. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we can see here that this is our first edition of the World Conference of Creative Economy. Is started on the 2018, where Pak Chandra is one of the initiator, and it is designed to be held every 2 years and every 4 years, going back to Indonesia. So the first edition was in Bali, the second edition was in Dubai, and the third edition was going back to Bali, and we're going to have the fourth edition in this October in Uzbek, in Tajikistan, in Tashkent, on the 2 to 2nd October 2024. Okay, next slide, please. So what is the result of every conference that we have? The last one that we have in Bali, producing the Bali Creative Economy Roadmap. There's a 16 points that agreed by the attendance, by the participant, and on how we can push the creative economy on the global level. But the 16 points is actually can be summarized in 5 points. Is one of them is creative economy, inclusion to the mainstream of the policy, creative economy for sustainable development, and capacity building for the creatives, as well as the creative economy in terms of the how we can protect the intellectual property. And the last one is the cooperation on the creative economy collaboration among the stakeholders. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, like already mentioned by Pak Brody and other speakers, is about the UN resolution. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia again collaborated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We pushed the creative economy into the UN resolution. And what is the meaning of this? The meaning is that by 2026, the UN mandated the organ body under UN like UNCTAD, UNDP, UNESCO, WIPO, ILO to have more attention on creative economy. And one of the key organ body in the UN, which is UNCTAD, they have to report every 2 years during the General Assembly on what is the development of creative economy in the world. So this is very important for us because in the global platform, the UN also already give attention to the creative economy development. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and also in the international fora, we in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, again with the Ministry of International Foreign Affairs, we collaborate like this workshop is with UNDESA. Thank you for Pak Matthew and also Pak Brody who brought this workshop. It is very useful for us. We also work together with UNCTAD, which is our long-term partners, because they also help us in terms of building the World Conference of Economy in a stronger level. We also cooperate with UN Tourism, and I cannot see the okay, with also with UNCTAD, with UNDP, and last one is with UN Tourism. The last one that we have with UN Tourism is the conference, and the Women Conference, which is also talking about the inclusivity, because as we know that the women power now is one of the future course for our development. So next slide. As the closing, I will invite you all to collaborate with us to present at the Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Of course, this is only 1.5 months ahead, but if you have good information that you want to share, please contact us. We can help you to share the information on the platform, so we can showcasing how Indonesia already developed the economic creative in the global platform. Okay, I think that's all for now for me. And so if you want to have more information, you just contact the WCC ID in the Instagram as well as in our YouTube kemenparekraf.go.id. Thank you so much, Pak Ambassador.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Ibu Dia. A round of applause to Ibu Dia, please. Bu, I'm not the only one who was behind the first WCCE who is here. We have also Mbak Tita. Even Mbak Tita started the idea before I joined the Backcraft, right, Bu? 2017, right? Even when it was only the embryo. Next, I would like to invite Ibu Poppy Darsono. Yeah, to deliver your
Yes.
ideas, thought. One more thing that I forgot to mention about Ibu Poppy is that she is also now the advisor to the World Weavers Forum.
Yes.
Yeah, Bu.
Yes. Basically, yeah, based in India.
Based in India.
Yes.
Okay, Ibu, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry for my sore throat. I get it from the Jakarta air polluted. Okay, I just go directly. Promoting fashion product from the raw material stage, like cotton, to, can I have, to prestigious fashion weeks, just as Indonesia Fashion Week, London Fashion Week, Milan Fashion Week, and Paris Fashion Week. Involve a strategic approach that highlights the entire supply chain while emphasizing sustainability, craftsmanship, and innovative. And here is the structure plan to achieve this. This is in Lombok, the first harvest of my associations that I'm engaged a community in Lombok. They plant 4 hectares of cotton, and the cotton they wanted to revive, because the 18th century, the British East India already having exported cotton from Lombok. We call it Barbadan's cotton, and the British brought the cotton from Barbados, which is the same quality as Egyptian cotton. So the community there tried to revive this to produce cotton in order to be sustainable for their own production in Lombok. Yeah. So, and a lot of women are still doing it 80 years, 19 years. So they wanted to revive with the peoples, with the rakyat, the plan of the people. So working together with the farmers in Lombok. So as raw material sourcing, sustainability focus, promote the use of the organic and sustainability sources cotton, share story about the farmers and the communities involved in cotton production. And then transparency, use the blockchain's technology to trace the cotton's journey from farm to fabrics. This build trust with consumers and buyers. And then collaborations, partner with NGO, with the government, with of course the United Nations, the global the Global Compact. I think my associations, Indonesia Fashion Designers Entrepreneurs, is I think the only associations that to be the member of the Global Compact. So Ibu Josephine is not here with us. To promote sustainability farming practice to enhance credibility, like the one in Lombok. And then I also involved with a company called Milankori in Jogja, who is also producing the cotton seed from the cotton seed to produce thread, and then the result is much better than cotton, the normal cotton, soft like silk and cold like cotton, but in the cold weather it's warm, and because I already tried for 3 years, yeah, so we call it bamboo fabrics. Can we go now to okay. So this is what we do, the APPMI, my organizations, in order to have from downstream to upstream. And then the second is productions and manufacturing. Highlight the craftsmanship, showcase the artisan and factories that transforms cotton into high quality fabrics, use video content to tell their stories. Innovative technique, promote an innovative manufacturing technique as eco-friendly dyeing process that reduce environmental impact. That's the one that later we have the pictures of the eco print house in Jogja. And quality assurance, emphasize quality control measures that ensure the final product meets international standard. That's what my organization try to advocate from cotton to weaving, and then to fashion. Yeah. And create strong brand identity, develop brand that resonates with the target audience, focus on values such as sustainability, quality, and cultural heritage. Of course, digital presence, build a reboots online presence that through social media, a professional website, and e-commerce platform reach a global audience. APPMI also, how do you say that, act as a trade, trade center. So we have APPMI, my organization, have 23 branches in 23 provinces. So we have around 400 designers that each province has to develop the fashions, the wastra, basic on the traditional cultural. We are not making a traditional dress, but we make an Indonesian fashion with the Indonesian touch. The fourth, then local fashion weeks. Showcase collection, participate in local fashion week to introduce the collections. Use this platform to tell the story of the product journey from cottons to finished garment. Collaborate with the designers, partner with local designers to create capsule collections and highlight the unique aspect of Indonesian culture and craftsmanship. So
one more minute, we
okay. And then, so I think everyone is know, but what I do is this is also my engagement with Garut to create, to uplift the leather industry that's already 100 years also exists. Yeah, so after all this, we give the showcase in Indonesia Fashion Week that make every year. We have it every year. We have about normally 500 designers. We have a fashion show, and then those from the brands, and then also we invite the international designers working together with the embassies. You see, with other countries, and then we give them, we promote them, we promote them, we give them the market, and then we showcase their product. And then when everything good, and then we bring it to London Fashion Week Paris Fashion Week, and then Milan Fashion Week. That is, we are leaving on the 11th of September for London, and then for Milan, and then for Paris. So this is how I do. I think from Hili to Hulur, Hili to Hilir. Yeah. So this is in Garut. You see, with so we built a community in order to rebranding the Garut production, which is already 100 years, because the product is very good, but we just need to give more skill. I invite the French designer. That's the French Afro designer who used to work with Hermes and Pierre Balmain. So now they give. He gave all the how to say that, knowledge and experience to the Garut. And then after this, we also have. I would like to show this eco print, the one that I saw. We have 1 minute, right? Please. This is Ibu Fitri. He's the one who developed the Bamberg cotton. He has 18,000 ladies all over Indonesia. 18,000, yeah, 18,000. During the COVID, then he managed to have that. So all these ladies now they buy the Bamberg thread to do their own eco print. Some of them, this is one of the example that I would like to bring to London. Yeah, this is from eco print from Kapas. It's not 100% ready, but I hope it gives a little bit of. I think that's it.
Okay, Ibu, terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Ibu Poppy Darsono. Just one quick question, Ibu. Out of the 400 or 500 designers under your movement or your organization, how many percent of them are women?
I think
because that's what we are talking about, right?
Yeah, but
social inclusion.
Of course, they all have the woman spirit.
Well, okay. Woman
So
spirit.
yeah,
90%, 95.
Half, yeah.
Oh, half.
Yeah.
Half. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
23 province. Yeah. So every province from Bali, Lombok, Sumatra, they're all different. Okay. You see, so we are very, 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 very rich. Really very rich.
Thank you very much, Bobby, again. Now I would like to invite our next panelist, Ibu Afu. Ibu Afu, you may take the floor for 5 minutes.
Check. Yes, it has worked. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Pa Chandra, for the opportunity, and for Kemenparekraf in particular for inviting me here. I'd like to start by maybe asking all of us here, when we say we want to promote social inclusion, what do we mean with inclusion? And to what extent, what is inclusion enough, or what is inclusive enough versus not inclusive enough, right? Because I think when we talk about maybe youth or women inclusion, does it mean that at least we have to talk to them once? Or does it mean that, we have to talk to them twice? Or what does it mean exactly? And to answer this question, I think one of the best frameworks that I've found so far is in relation to city development or urban development framework on inclusive climate action, where they say there are 3 areas to make sure that we're inclusive. So, or there are 3 parts of like doing inclusive climate action, which I think can apply to other industries or other sectors as well, including the creative economy. So they said that, one, it has to be inclusive in the process itself, right? So in developing any creative economy policy, make sure that you actually involve for example, vulnerable or marginalized groups, in this case, for example, young people or women, in the process of policy development. So when you have a plan or an idea, talk to these affected groups, right? But it's not enough that the process itself has involved young people. The second part is actually planning. So do we plan on making sure that the policy that we create actually will include or will or that we consider how it's going to affect those socially disadvantaged or again marginalized or vulnerable groups. So making sure that in the planning process that's something that is integrated, that we constantly think about and consider. But okay, we have planned to be inclusive. We have an inclusive process because we invite young people. Is that enough? The third part, which is the most important part, is actually the impact. Is the impact actually equitable? The impact of our policy. So when we develop creative economy policy, right, it's very important, and this is not something that is common yet in Indonesia, but how do we do evaluation on the policies that we introduce to the public to make sure that the impact is actually equitable, that the impact of a particular change in incentives or prioritizing certain sectors actually do benefit the most marginalized or the ones who need it the most. So again, in summary, the process has to be inclusive. In the planning, the planning actually considers the affected group, and lastly, we should objectively evaluate whether the impact is inclusive, right? So these three parts is what motivated us at Think Policy. So this is also, let me introduce a little bit of Think Policy to, I think this is a new audience. So we are a social enterprise that is driven by a community of young professionals who are committed to addressing or solving the intergenerational public policy issues. Because we think that a lot of problems or challenges that we're facing today are or require both generations, or even now maybe more than 3 generations, to work together hand in hand. And we focus on, this is our goal. So we want to improve the public policy ecosystem in Indonesia, including through the 3 steps that I mentioned earlier. But what are we improving it for? Next slide, please. We first of all, we see that you can click next 3 times. So first of all, we want Indonesia to be an economy that is planetary compatible, digitally enabled, and socially equitable. And social inclusion is definitely part of this equation, right? And we see that in the creative economy, Budia, Pak Odi, everyone here, we need to also consider these same 3 things, right? How do we make a creative industry or creative economy that is compatible with the planet? So considering the impacts that we have on the environment, I really like the story of Bu Poppy earlier. The way that we harness digital opportunities, but also making sure that the impacts are, again, equitable and socially inclusive. And in doing this, next slide, we believe that there are 3 areas that we need to address in the public policy making process. So first of all, we need the right leadership and human capital. So we need the right people. I mentioned about process, but also we need better solutions to address some of these issues. Next slide. I realize my time is running out. This is my last slide. But what we do, Pak Chandra, in Think Policy is shifting the people, process, and solutions to be more compatible with the challenges of today. And in creative economy as a sector, this is particularly important, right? We need people who are probably before in the public policy sector. I'm talking about professionals who are working in the ministries, so PNS and policy professionals. We need more creative thinkers, out-of-the-box thinkers who can come up with new ideas. We need a process that are not siloed anymore, that are really empathy-driven and are inviting more actors or more groups to be involved. And it's time that we shift from a specialist approach in public policy making. So sometimes you only talk to the creative economy people, or sometimes on climate change, we only invite the green people, so to speak. But today's problems require a T-shaped approach where we actually need to have more interdisciplinary conversations. We need to invite the climate people with the creative economy or creative industry people to talk together and see what kind of new solutions we can unlock. Similarly, in city development, in urban development, in you mentioned, Paudo, earlier the 3 priorities, right? So in those priorities, think about how to involve an interdisciplinary expertise and process so that we can unlock new opportunities and new heights for public policy making process in Indonesia in relation to creative economy. I'll stop here first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for Ibu Afu. Thank you, Bu Afu. Now, last but not least, Ibu Kristi Zacharias. Yeah, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Chandra. Thank you also for everybody here for having us on this platform. I think as a little bit of introduction, karena di sini kan tak kenal maka tak sayang. So although I'm currently the Y20 delegate for Indonesia, outside of that, I'm also the advisor for Global Indonesia Professionals Association, otherwise known as GIPA. This is a community of Indonesians living abroad. But they work in various industries, including the creative economy. So some of the examples and some of the strategies I've seen work best will come from that seat as well, that experience. Other than that, I'm usually based in London working in climate. So this is kind of like extracurricular activities. But Bu Poppy, maybe I'll see you when you're doing London Fashion Week in September, because I'm generally based there. But given that context in terms of my background, I'll bring up 3 examples maybe that I've seen work very well in various levels. So the first one in industry, the second one at the government level, but also the third one on an individual level. So at the government level, I think there's a lot of previous panelists have also addressed a lot of things around the planning and the execution of things. I think what also works quite well and sometimes gets forgotten is that we're not alone. Like given the theme around international cooperation, like Indonesia isn't the only country trying to expand their creative economy, isn't the only culturally rich and diverse country, especially in ASEAN. There's a lot of, the creative economy industries are around the same level of maturity. So I think what I've seen work quite well is, for example, the government of Singapore, they actually publish a lot of reports and research around their creative economy industry and how it benchmarks against other countries, like what works, what doesn't, what policies are being implemented, which ones are case studies they want to review, for example. So they've actually sponsored, one of the projects they have is Soap for Hope, where they've empowered disabled youth with opportunities to basically make soap for a living. And as a result, the government facilitates the distribution of that soap, for example, internationally. So I think in a way, the government recognizes doing this regulatory benchmarking, recognizes the gaps, and then subsequently using that to create programs that is targeted and also impactful, getting examples from all of these our peer countries in a way. And also some of them lead to multilaterals agreement as well. So like sometimes, like the soaps from Singapore end up in Indonesia and vice versa. So I think it's also a way to kind of facilitate international trade to some extent. And then in the industry level, I think what's interesting is public-private partnerships. I've seen that model work quite well as well, in which, of course, the government creates the regulatory environment, the incentives, for example, but there are international companies that love Indonesian culture and they would love to come in to Jogja, for example, seeing all this batik and help them develop it into more than, you're not just selling cloth, you're selling your culture. So we would love to, for example, help you develop a self-sustaining creative village where tourists can come in and learn about the process, even maybe do workshops here or two, and then it becomes a more sustainable business for the local communities as well. And I've seen that work quite well in terms of the private investment and private upskilling and capacity building, complementing the government initiatives and also working together with government stakeholders in that way. And then lastly, for individuals, so a lot of Indonesians based abroad who work in creative industries, they face the challenge of connection and network. I think because usually in each country there isn't very many, but globally there are actually quite a lot. So what we've seen at GIPA is we have some virtual exhibition, especially for like intangible creative economy stuff like music, literature, movies. So there is a virtual exhibition that they organize within themselves to share their work, or sometimes people have different connections that need different things. So like if an artist shares their work in London, for example, and there's an Indonesian, working in Vietnam who knows a curator needing that type of work, then they would connect them. And then that's also a way of like increasing the exposure of just not our nationals, but most of the time their work is inspired by their time in Indonesia or their heritage and culture. So overall, I think those are 3 examples that came to mind when people say, okay, internationally, how can we advance Indonesia's creative economy? So hopefully those are quite good reference points. Over back to you, Pak Chandra.
I thank you very much, Bu Kristi. You did it only 4 minutes. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. I was not lying, was I? When I mentioned that we were going to have a very prominent panelist with a thought-provoking ideas and presentation. This is our last session, but this is, I think, is the most interesting and attractive session. Now I would like to invite comment, response, questions, perhaps contradictory arguments from participant. You can deliver the question or comment to one of the panelists or to all of them. Please. Now I want to see at least three participants want to raise their hand. Oh, sleeping already?
Can I just comment?
Okay, one comment from Paudo first.
I want to comment to what Christy and Afu said. I think what Christy said is very correct. There was a research conducted, just been published about 2 weeks ago by one of the Indonesian prominent economists, Professor Iwan Aziz. There was Iwan Jaya. Now he conducted research for 3 years, and he found out SMEs. What we always think that SMEs need funding, need digital literacy, and so forth. But apparently, according to his research, that's not what the SMEs are needed. What they need is connections, networking. Because he compares with large companies. Large companies, MNC, they always have government relations. Basically, to have access to the government, to understand the government policy, the government regulations, and then they can craft their own policy. So I think what we need namely for the creative economy, is that not necessarily about funding and so forth, but how about creating connections among SMEs and opening up a conversation with government so that they know what is the government policy and the regulation. I think I can give you an example on the way we crafted. They crafted the presidential regulations on game. So what we did, we told this young generation, what do you want from us, from the government? And we said, we are in a listening mode. And then we said, okay, why don't you come out with a plan of action that you need from the government? So they come up with a plan of actions and they discuss it for 6 months. And after 6 months, we decide some of them can be implemented, some are don't. Some we cannot implement it. And from there, we incorporated into the presidential regulation. That's how I think what you said about listening, about Afu said about listening. So I think the way forward is for government is to listen, to give space for our young generation working in the creative economy, to think what is their dream, and our role in government is to tell them this can work, this cannot work. So at least they are being listened and being incorporated. And third is, as Afu said, I think one can capture it in one sentence. It has to be your second nature to listen, to incorporate it. It doesn't have to be planning. It just has to be the first thing that you come into your mind is that who do we have to invite and how. So I think second being to listen and to engage all stakeholders. It has to be your second nature, especially if you work in the government. So you have to be sensitive. You have to be sensitive to the needs of various sectors. And I think the creative economy, I want to end, the guru of creative economy, Hawkins, John Hawkins, he said that everyone is born with creativity. Second, creativity needs freedom, and creativity needs market. So I think if we just focus on those 3 pillars, then we have to think what sort of policy that can unlock the potential of creativity. Are there some government policy or government regulation that prevent the young generations to come up with new ideas? And are there policies that prevent them to sell the products or services? So we have to think from that perspective. And the role of government, I think, it's not to do the basic program, but to open up the door. The window, the door that is unlocked. We need to unlock it so that the potential of creative economy can double or triple in the next 1, 2, 3 years. I think that's the role of government. Government should not be too much at the front, should be at the back, open up the door and let them explore new ideas. Because if you look at in Silicon Valley, the Silicon Valley explode for innovation. It's not because the government just opened up the ecosystem, help the ecosystem to grow. I think that's what I want to add. I think very good.
Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you, Pak Odo, for a very insightful comment. Any other response, comments, questions? If not, I would like to raise question to Ibu Poppy. Ibu Poppy, there is one thing. This mannequin make me a bit curious, Ibu, because you mentioned about eco print. Well, while I'm I'm trying to in love with eco print. You know, I'd like to have your thought on the ideas of eco print and halal fashion, Bu. Is there anything you can share with us on the idea of eco print, halal fashion? Because what I learned, eco print, they cannot stand for quite long compared to the not the eco print. Bu, please.
Hello? Okay. Eco-friendly fabrics. It's consists no chemical, no animals, no enzyme from animals. While eco-friendly fabrics is all come from the natural products. Even as I told you, the cotton seeds, and then they become a filament, and then they twist it, and then they become a thread, and then they do the weaving, and then they do the eco print, or not only eco print, but even batik can do also with the how do you say that, friendly dye product. So, but at the same time, these eco-conscious fabrics, it is also having another how do you say that, another meanings. It's also halal, because in many fabrics, which probably is not halal for the, of course, for the Muslim how do you say that, who wants to have a halal things. Sometimes the fabric, the big factory use the animal enzyme in order to make the product of the textile fabrics soft and shiny. But in this halal, that's the one I introduced, you can see it looks like silk. This is also looks like silk because it's from the cotton seed. That's I don't know how they proceeded, but it's shining like silk. Silk is coming from the cocoon, but this one coming from the cotton seed. So it's totally 100% herbs. And then the price is lower than silk. But I have tried 3 years from different kind of products that the Bamber Ibu Fitri doing, and it's so good. That's why when she asked me, Ibu Poppy, can you support us to go to London and then explain to many society? Because sometimes when we said at the beginning also, why halal? You see, but then 1.9 billion population are Muslim in all over the world. If you can sell this with the certificate from the Ministry of Religion, so just 10% of 1.9 billion, or the market, those people who want to do the pilgrim to Hajj for the ihram, they need minimum 5 meters probably. So we can buy it from Indonesia, and that's also help the small medium how to say this, SME growing, because at the moment our industry, just last month we have about 15 factory closed down, more than 50,000 lost the job. Last year is even more, because we have, I mean, I'm sorry to say that the government are not able to control all the imported cheap products from China, for instance. You see, so and then and with the situations, economic situation like this, people wants to buy a cheap product, and they are not bad at all. Yeah, because I consider that as a dumping, but we cannot control that. So the cost is that many 20 to 30 factories are closed down at the moment. So halal this can help the small medium enterprise to to do something, to export something, because the government wants to make Indonesia as the center of the fashion, how to say that, capital, but we are number 9 exporting product to the Middle East company. So we are less than Malaysia, less than other country. So if we wanted to become the center, then I think the government has to go from A to Z. Yeah, how to support the industry, how to support the small medium enterprise with basic sustainable, which is linked with the halal, and that will be help minimum the small medium enterprise. The big one, they are collapses already. Need a big a policy law in order to revive our industry who are already de-industrialized.
Thank you very much, Poppy. We have come to the end of our session. This is exactly 4:29. So let me conclude our session with expressing my gratitude on behalf of the organizer, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as UNDESA. I would like to thank you, all the panelists, the prominent panelists. And the last time, please give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists. Before you leave the stage, we would like to invite Ms. Yulia, Director for Interinstitutional Relation from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, to hand out a token of appreciation to our panelists. Now would like to invite the moderator and panelists to take a picture together in the stage. All right, please. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a fruitful day filled with thought-provoking discussions. Before I invite our next speakers to close the session, I would like to announce that we have disseminate evaluation form on your table. Kindly fill out the form and you can exchange it with our seminar kits at the administration table. And now I would like to invite Dr. Dina Deliana to convey her summary of today's discussion. Dr. Dina, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Dia. Mohon izin, Bapak. Okay, probably thank you so much for staying with us up until 4:30 today. So here I'd like to just give a brief summary about what we have learned during the 4 panels of today's discussions. So basically, we learned a lot, and after hearing all the panelists, we actually try to conclude and categorize some of the inputs and findings into several criteria. Next. So first, in terms of research, we actually learned that the needs of research, particularly in the social inclusions in creative economy, is really needed. So, for example, now there's a research on art and creative tech conducted by British Council, and also still we don't have any data and evidence about the social inclusion in creative economy. So that's why we need to collect the baseline data. Also, we have actually gaps to measures the outcomes of every social inclusion activities in creative economy. So that's why it is very important to have data to monitor the impact. To actually for the next year we can advocate for specific outcomes and have the clear approach to monitor every activities in creative economy, particularly in the social inclusions. Also, we need to have a better SDG targets, which is should be more localized and more practical for our local communities. And there's also need about policy analysis in regards to vulnerable groups. So in terms of collaborations and collective actions, we learn a lot that there's some of the actions that can be implemented. For example, we can create like a next level support. For example, like where when the UNIDO have approach in bringing the experts while supporting women-owned factory and brought Italian designers. So probably Bu Poppy, we need Bu Poppy can go to more local areas to help local designers. And there's also some activities conducted by British Council. We can learn a lot from the CTC program, the co-design, co-productions, and co-deliver project, which is very inspiring. And probably we can learn from that. And also there's a need of cross-community and forum and community festivals in local and international. ICCN also conducted several of the events, Butita. So I think we can learn from that. And work more with the local communities other than only giving some tools. But it is very important if we only give like money or grant, sometimes there's no ownership from the local community. So that's why they have to be more included in the activities, and local village, like from Jabar, we can learn from West Java, here can be one of the examples of the living laboratories on how we can include some vulnerable groups into activities in very small areas, and then if it actually give impacts, we can replicate those kind of project to other village, for example. And we also learned from the community from Bandung, the space, the one of the space. Here, probably we can start to copy what they do with do some facilitation with the special community and help them to co-develop and co-selling the product. Of course, with the fair sharing revenue, with fair price, and also fair manner in terms of sharing itself. And also those communities, special communities can help us to fundraise and make programs, and we can find collaborators as well and provide infrastructures, because probably the vulnerable groups will have some hesitancies or don't have any access to that. So the special communities can help them to access those kind of things. And the last thing from the last panel, we learned about the international collaborations is very important, but we need one that is more practical and consistently measuring the impact. Next. Okay, in terms of educations, we learn a lot. Some of the actions can be implemented to increase social inclusions. Curriculum is very important, but most likely in the vulnerable group, it is very important to underline the business development curriculum. So besides technical skills, soft skills, branding and everything, the business acumen and entrepreneurships kind of curriculum is actually needed. So they can be artist slash entrepreneur as well, yeah, for those special communities. And also from ILO, she mentioned about the importance of digital and language skills, and also networking and mentorships, particularly from the 17 players of subsectors. It is more important to be connected by them because they have some expertise on doing that. And those networking mentorships actually side by side with the vulnerable groups. And also we learned about how to develop the curriculum need to be very super agile, yeah, because we talk about creative manners, everything will be changed in a fast manner as well. Also, we learned from British Council about export exchange, yeah, in sports, arts, culture, human resources. Probably we can start to include the vulnerable group into this kind of activities. And also, yeah, one of the findings, yeah, from British Council's report that enhance the skills of ASEAN policymakers also very important. So they need also understand about what is social inclusions in the creative economy itself, how to create the right approach for them. So besides the actors in the creative economy, the policymakers also need to increase in terms of their capability. And learning program need to be created in a hybrid manner, but do not forget that from Putiani, we learned that some of the digital tools is not really accessible for certain, for examples, like for visually impaired people. So to make it hybrid, make sure that it is also accessible for the vulnerable group. Training for trainers and also collaboration with the vocational school become one of the potentials to do so. Yeah, and also in terms of curriculum, we need to start to see about the post 2030 agenda. So what about art in the future? So it is important to create the right competency mapping for creative economy, understanding that what will be needed in the next 10 to 20 years. Next. Yeah, in terms of other support, we also learned that we could support in terms of market facilitations, business incubation program for women and disabled or vulnerable group. And also we can start to create advocacy for norm and rules in multilateral and regional. And also awareness rising for vulnerable group could be by the help of media or workshops or event or this kind of meetings. And at the same time, we can also showcase the special product by vulnerable group. And in terms of policy and regulations, besides all the policy that we have from the creative economy and also from the social inclusions, we don't have any regulation specific to help regulate and protect the vulnerable groups. So probably it can be start to discuss about that. And how about safeguarding framework for vulnerable groups? We don't have any those kind of framework as well. And although some of the issues about gender mainstreaming already stated in our medium-term planning for national medium-term planning, but still the implementation is very important. And then we also understand about the need of development compass and guidelines mentioned by Butita as well. So we don't know how to react. We don't know what kind of actions needed without any compass and guidelines. So probably this can be one of the points that can be stressed to our government. And also, if we have some clear rewards and measurements, it can actually increase the willingness of stakeholders to start including all the vulnerable groups in their activities. And then, from the last sessions, we learned that we need to start to include the vulnerable groups in the policy development process as well as in the planning process considered by the group and the vulnerable group. Next. Yeah. Lastly, about funding and financing, we can get some funding from grants to local communities and specifically need to respond specific problems. So it is very important to know the context and content about the spatial area or spatial conditions to make sure that the grants delivered in a correct manner. And there's already several scholarships like from LPGP and also grant, for example, delivered by British Council. So it is a lot of potentials we can get in terms of funding and financing of the program for vulnerable groups. So in terms of infrastructures, we learned that, okay, probably we should have facilitate some room and platform for the project beneficiaries, including artisans with disabilities to showcase, and develop technique to let disabled join the program. For example, like when Putri Ana mentions that they can using vibrations to help learning about dancing and many more. And platform for special artists to negotiate their work. Actually, Kemenparekraf, we know that we already have some document about the payment for designers, standard payment for designers. I think we should have those kind of documents for all the 17 subsectors plus the vulnerable groups. They probably have a different payment. For example, for women, which we found that usually they have a lower pay gaps. And then collective actions it's needed, and also call center for women and disabled. I also find that in the presentations of one of the panelists. And center of data like knowledge hub for disabled, because they need a very special approach in terms of the materials, application, for example, platform. So that's why probably having a centered knowledge of data exclusively for them can help them to have a broader access to knowledge. And Creative Village, already stated by Pak Wahyu from Bappenas, it is one of the good examples on actions. However, probably we can make it more inclusive and targeted. Some area which has a more vulnerable group inside the area. And then special design infrastructure to accommodate vulnerable people. Probably we have a lot of PLUT from Kemenkopukam. We have a lot of creative hub developed by Kemenparekraf. Why not we design some special areas or space for vulnerable group? Next, challenges, I guess. Challenges that we found. Probably all the challenges are quite few compared to all the potential opportunities. So we found that unconscious labeling. So like I mentioned, disabled communities, it's already labeling. Sometimes we're not realizing that we are doing some labeling things here. So need to be erased. We should be more focused on the product and the talent compared to the impairment. And then we found that some technology provided by the government is not accessible for disabled. For example, like apps using image, not giving access to the visually impaired people. And recently, the disabled person are not very high in the number of participants of LPDP app. We don't know why, whether they don't have any access to that, whether they don't have a special platform for those vulnerable people to actually register to this LPDP. Probably if they have special program for vulnerable people, scholarship for special people, probably it can increase the number of registrant of this scholarship. Sometimes we forgot about this consent from parents and teachers, so it can lead to exploitation sometimes. So the awareness is still low, so that's why we have to introduce them on. It is very important to have consent if you want to promote or if you want to assist them or else. Sometimes we forgot about the consent, particularly in Indonesia. Probably in other countries like UK or else, consent has become one of the most important part before you start doing some activities. And then the last thing, consistent, participatory, and collaborative process supporting vulnerable groups is still lack in Indonesia. So that's why probably we can support on that. I think that's all from me. Hope it can wrap up all the 4 panels discussions, and we hope that you can gain something from this and can start to increase the awareness of social inclusion in creative economy as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. I would like to invite Ms. Yulia, Director for Interinstitutional Relations from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, to the stage for her closing speech.
Thank you, Ms. MC. Okay, I would like to close this meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. honorable esteemed guests, UNDESA representatives, distinguished speakers and participants. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, participants, and esteemed guests. It is a great pleasure to have reached the closing session of this workshop. We also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, particularly to Mr. Matthew and Mr. Brody, for their invaluable support. This workshop has been a collaborative effort with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has been our supportive partner in mainstreaming the creative economy on the global stage. Today, we have explored various aspects of inclusivity within the creative economy sector. A total of 4 panel discussions covered social inclusion in the creative economy, human resource development, challenges faced by groups in vulnerable situations, and the importance of international cooperation, all within the context of inclusivity. The Jakarta workshop is the first of 3 planned workshops. The next workshop will be held in Yogyakarta on August 28 until 29, 2024, and in Bali on September 1st and 2nd, 2024. Following these workshops, we aim to produce a report that assesses the current state of inclusivity in the creative economy sector and provides recommendation for stakeholders to adopt more inclusive practices toward groups in vulnerable situations. The workshop that we attended today has fostered valuable insight, new ideas, and fruitful discussion. We hope this discussion will inspire all the participants to reflect on their work in the creative economy sector. There are several questions that we need to ask ourselves. Have we adequately included underrepresented groups? Have we integrated inclusivity into our business strategies? Have we empowered those in vulnerable situations? These are questions we should consider after this workshop. As we concluded this workshop, I urge all of us to reflect on the valuable insight we have gained. Let's commit to take concrete action by involving those in vulnerable situations to create a more inclusive creative economy. Together, we can build a creative economy that benefits everyone. Once again, I would like to thank all participants, speakers, and organizers for your participation in the workshop. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Matthew to deliver his closing speech.
Easier. Hope you don't mind. Okay, it's easy. Well, thank you so much. I am the last person standing between myself and you leaving for the day after a very long day and a lot of discussions. So I will try to make these remarks really brief. I just want to say Ibu Ibu Bapa Bapa. I think I said it correctly. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I just have a few words, but it has been, at least for me, I hope for you too, a really amazing day. And before I start thanking everyone, because I have so many people to thank, and maybe I start with, of course, everyone from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the whole UN family, everyone from different horizons who have come and share here. I want to say that the creative economy clearly, we already knew it, but clearly has been placed at the forefront of Indonesia's economic growth. And the UNDESA, which we have learned today, UNDESA does not necessarily mean the UN Organization for Villages, but really means the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and the Division of Inclusive and Social Development, where my colleague Brody and myself come from here. We really want to say that we strongly support your commitment, the commitment of Indonesia for the creative economy. And we are equally convinced that the creative economy offers a very large untapped potential for the creation of talents. It has really been demonstrated today, for the conservation of the cultural identity and for the facilitation of economic growth. So today we have, I think we have heard very clearly firsthand about Indonesia's leadership in the creative economy and how it has led by example. And as the saying goes, and actually the minister mentioned that this morning, that Indonesia has talked the talk, but it has also walked the walk. Why talk the talk? Well, talk the talk because starting with Presidential Decree number 142 on the creative economy in 2018, and the fact that Indonesia took a really convening role on the launch of the International Year of the Creative Economy, and we've heard, of course, of the World Conference as well. That Indonesia has hosted already 2 of the World Conferences in 2018 and 2022, if I'm not mistaken, and that it has also spearheaded a UN resolution that we have talked about a lot in 2023 in December. But Indonesia has also walked the walk with, for example, the music industry, bringing traditions and modernity together for the listening pleasure of all generations. And today we were so fortunate to have Putri Aryani, who has joined us to exemplify this. And at one of the sessions, I was a little bit late because I was fortunate to have a discussion with her, and she made me listen in, we say in French, I'm from France, on avant-première, before it is shown, her next song. You know, I think I was very fortunate I could hear before it's released a little bit of her music, and I was just amazed. It's really wonderful. So the music industry clearly very strong in the creative economy in Indonesia, but also apps development. Maybe we didn't talk so much about it today, but for me, I've always heard of the success story of Indonesia with Gojek, and with the fact that it has revolutionized, I think, motor taxis and delivery and so on. And we have heard also about other examples today. With, of course, the film and the media industry, which attracts, I understand, 54 or 55 million viewers annually, thrilling audiences with various movie genres and also gaining global recognition. And of course also with the fashion industry, and here we have Ibu Poppy Arsono, and was an icon, I understand, fashion design, and it was really fascinating to hear you, Ibu Poppy, and really wish you the very best. We'll be thinking of you in those fashion weeks across Europe. And of course, we think of the batik industry in the fashion industry, which I understand dates back to the 10th century, with so much to present. Now, all of these examples are clear illustration of the commitment of Indonesia to promote the creative economy. And today, the participation of all speakers has confirmed this appetite to go to advance further. Participants have engaged on the need to include everyone in the creative economy, and this includes young people. This includes the fact that also, yes, we have heard in terms of young people, I don't find her, but Christy Zacharias represents a Y20 in Brazil. This also includes everyone else, people who live in remote and isolated areas, older persons, person with disability, and so on. And so we have been discussing the fact that it's essential to include everyone, not only because it's the right thing to do, not only because it's a social gesture, not at all, but it's truly because their participation, everyone's participation in the creative economy enriches the creative economy much further. In fact, we could consider that if this was not the case, which it is, and this is why Indonesia is leading by example throughout the world for the creative economy. It is the reason why Indonesia has half of all the people who are employed in the creative economy. We understand 25 million out of the 50 million employed. Because if it was not the case, if Indonesia was not including everyone, then we could consider that eliminating older persons, for example, that would just by itself mean eliminating 10 million out of the system. It would mean discarding the youth, which would mean making an abstraction of 23% of the population, or about 64 million person. It would mean not considering person with disability. I understand the numbers are maybe, we're not sure, but between 14 to 30 million people. So it's an absolute necessity to include everyone, and this is very well captured here in Indonesia. As we recover from COVID, halfway through the implementation of the SDGs that we have talked about, global powers are shifting and they are looking for solutions to accelerate growth while respecting social norms and values. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has sounded the alarm last year at the SDG summit in New York, when we realized that we were completely off track. Only 17% of the SDGs globally are on track, and we know that the number is much higher in Indonesia, as it was mentioned today, and we know that the great reason why Indonesia is faring better than other countries globally is because of this focus, very strong focus on the creative economy. And so it's fair to assess that avenues for acceleration of growth and social progress need and should include this creative economy, and that it should be high on the political agenda beyond Indonesia in many countries. And here I have a special thought about countries that are small island developing states, least developed economies in Africa and elsewhere. And thinking of this, it's essential and it's possible that Indonesia uses its leadership and its experience to provide some hope in some cases, and also some direction for or suggestions to countries who need that the most. So UNDESA is very proud once again to partner with Indonesia on the creative economy here in Indonesia, but also beyond. And as Indonesia continues to grow and as the creative economy gains more weight in political agendas globally, we will expand our collaboration. We definitely hope so. We're very appreciative also of the UN family in Indonesia, which is led, of course, by the Office of the Resident Coordinator, who was here this morning, and by UN agencies, including UNESCO, ILO, UNIDO, that were here today. But we're also thinking of a number of other agencies of the UN, which are doing a lot of work on the creative economy and which could not be here today. I'm thinking of UNCTAD, of course. I'm thinking of the ITC, WIPO, and some others. So thank you very much. I want to say thank you so much for the very kind invitation, for this excellent collaboration, great coordination. Today marks an important milestone for us at UNDESA. And to end, I will extend my deep gratitude to everyone at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And I see you, Ibu Dia, and all of your team. Everyone really has been absolutely spectacular. We look forward to our collaboration, and we're so fortunate it continues in Jogja and in Bali in the days to come. I also want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who have been so closely attentioned and working so closely with us during the course of the day for their exceptional collaboration. We also work very closely through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the mission in New York, and they've been absolutely instrumental. So I'm thinking of colleagues there. They've been instrumental to help make this happen. And so thanks to everyone for their great support, to all the ministries, to all the associations, to all the participants who have been involved, and finally, and perhaps most importantly, to the Indonesian people, Masyarakat Indonesia, is that right? Who are involved in the creative industry, whether they are women, whether they are men, young, older person with disabilities, people who come from local or rural areas. Terima kasih banyak and sampai jumpa lagi.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Ladies and gentlemen, together we delve into multiple aspects of promoting social inclusion in the creative economy sector to support the SDGs. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the participants for attending our workshop today. Again, thank you everyone. And as this is the end of our event, please enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
I just wanna taste it. Got that feeling you're going away. I don't think you want me now.